Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Tuesday, August the 18th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. And thank you guys in our YouTube room. No, not the YouTube room, not yet. Thank you, Pepe. All right, we're good to go. Both rooms, good to go. How about that Wheato? Unbelievable, isn't it? I have a confession. I actually traded this one right about here. It was $31 or something. And that looks like it was around 415 or so. Had I waited 10 seconds, it just took a jump of about $2 or $3. And, but anyway, I had no idea. Obviously, we have no idea what it's going to do. I was just worried that we're going to get about a $3 or $4 rug pull. Instead, we got the $3 or $4 rug pull the other way. Unbelievable. Anyway, hit 50. Tried to hit 50. So let's take a look at this XOS. Okay, can XOS do something similar? Well, remember the days when it hit? Actually, this was not the one. There was another one that I was looking at. Well, anyway, XOS a couple months ago hit $8, and I don't think there's any news on it. Might be wrong, but I don't think there's any news on it. Oh, there is news. XOS surges on a U.S. Air Force contract. Okay, win. Okay, so at least there is a little bit of news on it. Low float, not crazy low, but low. All right, guys, give me a moment. I just have to get rid of my Epic pen for a bit. This is my drawing tool. And then bring it back. And then what happens is these things move down. Okay. There was one though. Was it maybe it was SXTC? I think. Oh, this is the one. This is the one I was looking at. Yeah. So the stock never hit $83,000, and maybe even more if I back it out on a monthly chart. This is, of course, reverse split adjusted, but it is a China stock. I'm just trying to see if there's any news on this one. I couldn't see any news on it, but you never know. With the Wheato though wasn't. Wheato was China. Crazy low flow, 657,000 in the float. SXTC has double the flow to 1.3 million. Morning, Ozzy and Nick and Sandy and Faith and Starkey. Just looking to see if there's any news on this one. Not that it absolutely matters, but it's always interesting because then the only reason I look for news is that you look at it and you think, okay, different people during the day, maybe they don't see it at the beginning, and then they look, an hour from now, 2 hours from now, oh, there is a little bit of news, okay. Or you look at the news and maybe you think it can sustain the volume for the day. That's all. SLE just hitting some news, are trading higher after the company announced a definitive agreement for MetaPlanet to contribute 2,100 Bitcoins. Okay. And that's SLE, another low float. Look at it on a monthly chart. See a lot of charts that look like this with these really low float stocks that had pops months ago, and then they fade into oblivion for quite a while, almost a year. Oh, SXTC is not tradable. Okay. SXTC not tradable for us who have Interactive Brokers. By the way, look at Micron guys today. Micron is down 10% approximately. This is the bull. This is the two-time bull. That's down 9.7%. Let's call it 10%. So the stock itself, Micron MU, is down 5%. So this could be an interesting one to trade, guys, today, both on the short side and the long side. Yeah, there are enough shares available to short 49,000. But if you thought Micron was going to have a bounce, you could play this one. Or if you thought Micron was going to keep moving down, you could short this one. CXAI halted. I don't see the news halt now. Is it if it's less than 20,000 shares, it's not going to show up here. So let me see what the how many shares are traded. Um, Now, was that halted yesterday? No, it was halted. Was that halted yesterday, though? No, 9 o'clock. Yeah, we don't see it here. Don't know why. Certainly enough shares. Well, it doesn't look like it's still halted. Well, maybe I'm wrong. I thought I saw a little jump in the price there. Yeah, it is definitely trading. It just jumped from 585 down to 510. You know what? This is not okay. I think what's happening here, guys, this is a reverse split. Okay. It's a reverse split. There's no way this is up 50 to 100%. So it is not, yeah, thanks, Monica. Yeah, it's not taking into account the reverse split. So pass that on to the guys. It's interesting that it's not showing up here. Oh, I see. Well, the volume. Okay, now I understand. Okay, now I understand. The volume is only five. I thought it was 500. See, the volume is only. Well, now I'm confused. The relative. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. It doesn't really matter. It's not up 5,500%. Okay. I was trying to look at this volume, and I'm thinking, okay, that's why I'm not seeing it here. So SLE just got yeah, SLE was halted on the way. Oh, this is news. This is a news halt. Remember, there's no volatility halts in the pre-market. Clar is an earnings play, guys. This is getting hit hard. KLAR down 20%. This is an earnings play. You know, a fairly big float, 144 million in the float, down 20%. Well, okay, so Krishnia, if I'm pronouncing it right. When you're talking about buy and sell, I'm assuming you're talking about the AI. Okay, that's the only. You don't get any exit prices though, but you get an entry price. I'm assuming you took the premium service because you want to have access to our AI. You'll get an automatic, entry. You'll get an automatic alert when a stock meets all the filter requirements. But So this is, can you hear me? First of all, can you hear me? Need to know if you can hear me because I'll show you where you can at least, because the reason why you have our premium service is, I'm assuming, is because you want to have access to the AI. But I need to know if you're hearing me. Okay, well, I'll have to wait. All right, guys. Now, how the PFSA, I think, is this the one? There was one that had a price increase, not a price, well, an analyst weighing in on it, but they raised it from 26 to 27. I can't remember which one it is, but it might have been this. No, I think it was a $13 stock. Now this one, William, I don't know if you had any chance to look at this one, AMLX, AMLX, phase three results. Obviously, the stock has popped on that, but it did $33, and it has pulled back $5 or so, and that's AMLX. This was phase three, so their stock surges 33% after the GL. This is the obesity drug, I guess. It's all trial goals, and I think that was phase three trial. Yeah, phase three. All right, guys. So that's the AMLX. SGLY, Singularity Future Technology. Okay. Now, all right, crazy low float. I mean, crazy. 306,000 shares in the float. Okay, so crazy, crazy low float. Let's take a look at this one. Where could this one go? So the monthly high, this month's high is around 853. Have to look at the WITO to see like the reason why it went absolutely crazy is because look at that monthly high last month. Okay, and that's what traders were looking at. So the SGLY doesn't have that same look, though it's a very very low float. If there's any news on this one, climb an agreement to sell about $30 million in stock. Okay, well that's so they're trying to so they're raising money. Yeah. So can you hear me, Krisnia? I'm trying to answer you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? If you can't hear me, it's going to be hard for me to help you. All right, guys. So let's see. YYAI. Okay, AMLX. Okay, definitely interested. I mean, this could be a short, guys. A million shares in the short are available. Interactive brokers. There's the VWAP. Will it take out the VWAP? Okay, there's the VWAP right there. It's had a big drop from the high in the pre-market. All right, guys. So let's take a look at the sectors now. I know the semis are definitely weak this morning. Look at the micron, but look at the semis. I'm sure that's going to be the worst sector. Click on new from the toolbar, then dock channel bar. Click on the show more. Here are all the theme-based channels we have. Sector status. I'm sure the semis are the worst one. But who's the best? So energy, XLE at the top here, XLV, healthcare, but let's take a look at the semis. Yeah, look at SMH and tech. So the two weak sectors right now, semis and tech. And if we go to tech, what's the worst one we have here? So here's GLW. GLW, that's that Corning. Corning. Any volume on this one? Yeah, there's volume too. It's not an earnings play. I don't know. Like Corning is down now we've got Seagate, STX. So these are the worst ones so far in the technology sector in terms of our percentage losses or drops from yesterday's close. Wow, some big ones. Big percentage moves. On the flip side, ADS Autodesk is actually up for some reason. No volume though. There's some big retail names this week, guys. Not well. A&F is big, but it's not the okay. A&F is coming up, but I think Target and Walmart. I think they're this week. I think Home Depot and Lowe's. I think they're this week also. Thank you, William. In terms of the AMLX. All right, guys. Well, there's a quick look to see what's happening with some of the stocks in the sectors, the weak ones. And again, retail. We've got some well, especially tech. Tech is getting hit. There's some big moves down in tech. So Home Depot actually was a okay. Home Depot. I didn't know they released today. So Home Depot a beat raise, and it's actually up. Okay. Now, is there a company ETF? Doesn't look that there is. Yeah, it doesn't look. I'm surprised, unless I'm wrong. It doesn't look like there is a company ETF for Home Depot. I'm very surprised at that. I mean, with all the some of the more obscure stocks having company ETFs, and why wouldn't Home Depot? Okay, guys, let's see what else. I think this one was ENRD. This was having a decent day. ENRD. Company expects fleet to reach just under 400 trucks by year end, driven by Amazon deployments and initial Tesla semi rollout. Okay, that's your news for ENRD. Yeah, the SPY is weakening a little bit here, guys. I'm just looking at the VWAP. So the SPY is moving down below the VWAP right now. So the best we can say right now for the XOS is holding the VWAP, okay? Holding the VWAP, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. So this is, but it's holding the VWAP. Pre-market high was 537, so it's pulled back somewhat, but another low float, a lot of volume, and it had some news. Okay, did have some news. So you got a U.S. Air Force contract win. I often wonder when people ask questions and then they just disappear. So Clar guys, KLAR. I mean, this a lot of shares available to short, 5 million at Interactive Broker. So that's going to be widespread. Um, boy, the next low looking left on the monthly chart, 1519. So a little, maybe there's a little support around the 15. Yeah, no kidding. Beat lower. So what William is saying, oh, a beat lower. Oh, it was a beat lower. Okay, so they beat. So it wasn't all bad news, but they lowered guidance. So they beat on revenue, beat on earnings, but they lowered their guidance, and that's really the key one. That's the key metric. Great, you had a great last quarter, but what are you going to do for me next quarter? Why should I buy your stock now if you're going to lower your guidance? So that's the punishment. Okay, very interesting. Another cheap low flow China stock, guys. EJH, sorry, EJH. It's quite a jump for SLE. I mean, it's a number. Okay, obviously a low float through the 200-day moving average. Also, right now at least it's 200-day moving average around 575. So it's through that. The next high on a weekly chart is $7 approximately, and that's where it got to, almost to the penny, guys. Almost to the penny. I'm trying to eyeball that. That looks like around 705, and that high right there is 707. So that's where it stalled. On a monthly chart, there's that high right there. That's 707, that monthly high. There's a high of 960, 12, 17. So if it gets over 17, look out. Okay. Then it's going to start looking like the Wheato. Okay, watching Micron here. Well, MUU, just watching this one. See what's happening with it. Again, this is the two-time company ETF for Micron MU. So again, Micron, the stock is down 5%. Okay, the AMLX is hanging around that 30 level. Phase 3 news. So it's hanging right around that 30 level. It's a big, could be a big moment here, guys. You know, that 30 level, hit 32, 33 or so in the pre-market for AMLX. All right, guys, we have about a minute and a half to the 9:30 open. SpaceX is doing its thing again. Though yesterday it looked like it was trying to really hold between 148 and 150, but I see it. Where did it end up? Yeah, 146. It's starting to slip slide away again. Yesterday's low was call it 140. So I think that's kind of your line in the sand. Try to maintain 140. If it doesn't maintain 140, then the next low is 135 ish. All right, guys, we get rid of these two. You get set for the 9:30 open. Oops. A lot of volume in this one. You know, this cheap earnings play. A lot of volume. 3 million shares. All right, we are now open. Now, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. SLE on the move, though. SLE on the move. It looks like it's going to take out that. Maybe not. SLE got halted. Is that right? Did SLE get halted? Yeah, I got halted. I was looking at why isn't it changing? Yeah, so it got halted. So this could go crazy, guys. I mean, it's already gone crazy. It's up 126%. So let's take a look at the potential. So this blue window I'm showing here has nothing to do with trade ideas, okay? This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers showing me the halt price for SLE 685. This column trying to show you potentially where excuse me, where it could open. So of course, if you're in this right now, that's at 685 on the halt. You want a number bigger, greater than the 685 over in this column. Typically, they are 5-minute halts, so this number will fluctuate over the course of 5 minutes. So as a big sell-off now for Wheato, traders are looking for today's Wheato. Coming into the VWAP here, PFSA, coming into the VWAP. This is the company ETF for Meta, and just plunging right now. So Meta, the stock, is down almost 3%. AMLX, that's the when they had the big news, obesity drug, AMLX. So it is now still over 30. Is Amazon? Probably the Amazon. Yeah, well, look at Amazon. Well, Amazon, okay, so remember, that's a two-time bull. So Amazon's down not quite 1.5%, the stock itself. Yeah, from yesterday, EYPT really, I mean, it just hung around. Didn't really do much, but now, well, it was up a lot, but then it didn't do much once it was up. But EYPT now making its way through five. Of course, it's got a ton of room. Unless I had some bad news, I can't remember now. Probably have bad news on this day. Not a low float, 85 million in the float. So it's not a low float. They don't all have to be low floats, of course, but I'm wondering about this move being able to sustain itself with that float. Intel, well, no, I'm sorry, it's not Intel. Yes, it is. Sorry, it is Intel. So this is the two time for Intel. Wow. So Intel, the stock is down 5.5%. Yeah, so there's the high right there. There's the weekly high right there for SLE, and the potential open is right there. You can see right there, 707. The potential open is right at that weekly high of 707. I think I said $9. Yeah, 960 on the monthly chart anyway. 960 on the monthly chart is the next high, and that was back in January of this year. I think Duot is an earnings play, isn't it? DUOT. Earnings from last night, yeah. No, SLE just opened, guys, and not nice. Not nice at all. In fact, it looks like it's going to get halted on the way down. Yuck. That is not good. Usually the first halt is pretty good. The first halt meaning, well, there was the halt price of 685. Usually the first halt is pretty good. It'll move above. But this is not good at all. I got halted on the way down at 633, and now your potential open is 577. Hopefully nobody's trapped in that one. All right, I mentioned EJH in the pre-market. The problem right now could be the VWAP. Okay, there's the VWAP right there. Fuel cell being active again over this month. These 3 months went from $6 up to 37. And just looking at these early ones from the daily trend reversals, as I say, the reason I wouldn't take EJH is right there, that VWAP. If it takes out the VWAP though, then the next high is around $3. Okay, that's on a weekly chart for EJH. Well, talking about taking out the VWAP, PFSA, last time I looked, it was just right at the VWAP. So it is popped above the VWAP now and it's halted. Okay, this is halted. PFSA is halted. Okay. Keel, guys, KEEL. Another one that's been very active over the last little while. Another one that's just popping here, KEEL. Again, I'm just biding my time now. I do like to wait out the first 15 minutes. Our cat, is this halted? No, it's not halted. Look at the move here, though. Speaking of which, it showed up in the trend reversal. So it had to wait until it hit the high of yesterday. If it takes that out in any big way, there's about $1 to the next high, 1178. So yeah, so this is an earnings play, but also didn't they have some new? Oh, this is the one. Cantor Fitzgerald maintaining coverage. This was the one I was thinking about. Overweight and a target of 27. That was the $12 stock I was thinking of this morning. So for the DUOT, the next high on a monthly chart is 1471. Here is around 13. So yeah, so 13 could be the block. Okay, guys, EJH now is at the VWAP. Okay, now decision time. Well, son of a, can't buy it. I should have asked Monica. Yeah, they won't let me buy this at Interactive Brokers EJH. EJH, yeah, they won't let me buy it. Wow. Okay. Let's turn my attention to the RCAT now. Now, I won't take it on. Well, first of all, there's the 200-day moving average right at around $11. So that's the 200-day moving average for RCAT, RCAT. Okay, let's take a look at how that CLAR is doing, KLAR. So still hanging around the VWAP. This is an earnings play. Not good, obviously, down almost 20%. Market rebound, guys. Market is rebounding now through the VWAP. What do these guys do? PFSA, Surgical and Medical Instrument Manufacturing. It's such a low float. All right, where could this go on the weekly chart? The next high is 1319. No, 1204. 1204 is the next high on a weekly. If it can somehow take those out, then the next highs are up at 17. So, I mean, it's possible the way it's trading. I'm going to put a price number around 1230 just to see if it gets up into that area. And now we have another one. Crypto play, AIXC, halted. Looks like this is a fairly new, either an IPO or a symbol name change. To me, it probably was a symbol name change. Well, I can take solace in the fact this would have probably been just a very quick trade then, had I got it where I wanted it anyway. EJH. All right, so this is Marvel, guys. This is a two-time long. Okay, so Marvel, the stock is down almost 6.5%. Okay, so again, the tech stocks are getting hammered today. And a lot of the tech stocks are going to look like this. Big days yesterday, being thumped a little bit today with the big bar yesterday. My problem with it is I look here, 2650 looks like pretty decent support. Again, this is the company ETF, but if you look at this, looks like there's pretty good support there. Oh man, I hope nobody got nailed in this SLE. So Fluence is a gap up and reversal play, guys. FLNC, gap up and reversal play. All right, guys, Fluence. Let's see if it holds under 12. Now that next low looking left is that's pretty close. 1184. Yeah, I don't. I'd love to short this one, but I mean, looking at the monthly chart, looks like there could be some support not that far away. So I'm going to back. I'm going to take a pass. I think this is another ETF, guys. Yeah. So that stock, SKHY, is down almost 6%. This is the short. So you thought SKHY was going to continue down. You could buy this one. Lots of volume. All right, guys. How about this one? This HTFL was really active. Yeah, it had earnings. That's right. It had earnings. So there's HTFL. Cipher is another one that is a gap down and or gap up and reverse. Wow. So PFSA. Look at that though. Look at that pop. 1238, and then a drop down to what 11. Boy, this takes out 12 again, guys. I mean, this could have another run. This is talking about the PFSA. Just I'm waiting on this one. I want to see if it takes out 12 again. Again, it's all about the float. You know, you got to be awfully careful, of course, because with that low float, right? Okay, guys. Oh man. Okay, taking some off. Okay, I took some off just around this level, right around that 13 level, in case it can't break through. If it does, great, like it just did, and just got halted. Just got halted. Just got halted. All right. Well, that was fun. It still is fun. I'm in this halt now. Looking left. Looking left. Not saying it's getting there, of course, but the next high on a monthly chart anyway is 36.50. Let me see on the weekly. Yeah. Okay. Well, actually, you can see the next high. So yeah. So the next high on a weekly chart is 1749. And you can see, I'm winning races left and right. Monica, I don't know if you're into this one. IVVD, you may have already seen it. IVVD is just under $1 and making a little bit of a move here now. IVVD, if you're looking at that one at all. For the PFSA, it is no clue yet, really. 1326, 1326. So no big clue yet. This is the second halt. It's the same 1326. It's the same right now. Okay, the same 1326 is it's halted at, and then 1326. It's not really giving us much of a clue as to where it's going to open. Okay, just waiting now. For the 5 minute halt, it will open at 9:50. Sorry, 9:56. Yeah, 9:56. Boy, look at all these halts coming in here. I'm sorry, 9:56 plus 59 seconds. Okay, so if this is a 5 minute halt, some reversals here. Yeah, so some reversals fly as a reversal, gap up and then down. I'm sorry, that's a gap down and go. I am sorry, that's a gap down and go, not a reversal, not a gap up and reverse. The HS, wow, okay, it's already popped too much. HSAI was a gap down and reverse, but it's already gone too much. All right, if it's going to be a 5 minute halt, we've got another 30 seconds or so to see what happens on this PFSA. Still no big clue. 1327, no big clue as to where it's going to open. But finger on the submit button in case it does something really crazy. All right, we're open. We're open. Wow. We are open. Oh my goodness. This is definitely today's so far. Wheato. Okay, I just took some out, guys. I mean, that got over 14 like in a jiffy, and it may do it again. I don't have much left. I do not have much left. I'm only keeping some just in case that high right there is at 1319, and the next high is 1761. This is well definitely reacting like today's Wheato. Oh man, holy smokes! Wish I had my whole position, of course, but all about the float, guys. 605,000 shares in the float. It's almost time for me to do my cul-de-sac analogy because the people listening to me and I'm talking about the float, they go, "Why is the guy talking about the float so much? And what does it really mean?" But boy, oh boy, I mean that's it was yeah, it was a limit order just over that 12 level. Okay, I mean I had a pretty high limit. I figured it might have a jump. So if you were listening to me, I was saying, okay, remember it hit 12, and I said, will it hit 12 again? And that is my that was my target, not my target, but that was my aim. To see if it hit 12 again. Yeah, grumpy. Well, just had that look, it just had the look of something that was going to react a little bit like the Wheato today with that low float, low, low, low float. Yeah, you had to be ready for it. You really had to be ready for it. Typically, what I do is this. Okay, remember I was waiting for a break of over 12, so I think I put in my limit was like 12:30 or something like that in case it popped there. I got it better than that. Anyway, EJH, not allowed to buy it at Interactive Brokers, but a good one from here. Remember AMA from yesterday? AMA from yesterday was awesome on the long side. Now, of course, with a lot of these tech stocks getting hammered today. Yeah, because those of us who, I mean, I traded Wheato, but nothing like, I mean, I was able to carve out a little bit of Wheato, but that's to me, that's what we're all looking for. Okay, what's today's Wheato? I'm talking about the WETO. And speaking of which, today's Wheato could still be Wheato. So it's still up 64%. But yeah, WFF is another one that probably a low float, right? Pretty low. I mean, very low, 3.5 million. But it seems like unless you're under a million, you're a large cap stock. Did I see VOGX? I have not seen that one. Doubt if it's an IPO or a traditional one anyway, because it'd be too early. Yeah, so it looked like it was trading in the pre-market. Oh, this is a while ago. Okay, I thought you meant it just started trading today. No, I did not see it, or don't recall it. Was it? Well, it started trading, back a week ago on the 12th. Just looking at the daily chart. Well, a couple of nice ones now from our AI guys. Took a while, but AMLX and the Duot, DUOT, and they're right here. Whew. Well, this is going to be a longer halt. Or maybe not. 10:03:59. 10:03. 10:03. So yeah, about 30 seconds from now or so. If it's a 5 minute halt, it'll open. Looks like it's going to open a little bit lower though. I'm out of it, but I mean, let's see where it opens. And you can see it's probably going to open underneath the halt price. Yeah, quite a bit, but it may not be over completely. All right, guys, I'm going to go over my homepage now and show you all the information you can get on my homepage, including all the scans that I am currently sharing and how you could have picked up on many many ways to pick up on the PFSA. All right, so clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see at the very top. Here's how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. So you can use my code Barry15. That'll get you 15% off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. And it doesn't matter whether you pick our standard or our premium service. You get the 15% off. Okay. All I ask is this: if you're going to take out a subscription, please use my code. Helps to keep these rooms free. I moderate two rooms, a YouTube room and the main room. So if you're in YouTube right now, wondering about this room, this is free also. A lot more activity though in this room. Okay. This room is also open around 7 7 a.m. Eastern time in the morning. So if you're looking, come into a room, interact with other traders during the pre-market, this is the room, and it's free. I don't open the room. I live in Vancouver, Canada, so it's a little early for me. So right now, William is doing that, opening the room at around 7 o'clock. You keep scrolling down, you can get the trade of the week. Trade of the week is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Now, if you're taking out a subscription or you're thinking about it, okay, click on my homepage link and go to the education section, click on the more info, and right here, getting started with trade ideas. So if you're taking out a subscription now, mandatory you do this, 12 short videos to get you started. If you're thinking about the product, wondering if it's a right fit for you, start off with that second video, go to the end, should give you a good enough idea about whether or not it's something you want to try. You can always try us for a month. If you don't like it, just unsubscribe. Okay. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. 15 free videos for those of you who are new to trading. Last, if you're looking for my scans and you've clicked on my homepage link, scroll down, and here they are. There are scans, races. This is the race you see here is the biggest scanners right here. This is the upside versus downside movers is here. Pulse resumes is down here. And then here is the trend reversals. Okay, the trend reversals. If you load it from my homepage, this is more what you're going to see. Okay, this is the don't repeat version of it, but this is what you would see. And I have the gap continuation or reversal scan. I do have that open on my other monitor. I don't have these other three. Any questions about them? Oh, this is what I use in the pre-market. Sorry, pre-market actives up and down. Okay. Any questions about them or anything about trade ideas? Feel free to ask. Both rooms are trading rooms, but they're also support rooms. You don't have to wait till noon. People get, YouTube. Somebody takes over for me today in YouTube. I think it's going to be Andy. But you don't have to wait till noon to ask questions about trade ideas. Okay? I'll do my best to answer any. If it's an accounting question, that is something I can help with. No idea what type of coffee it is. It's one of the Nespresso. It's not espresso, but it's one of those from Nespresso, and totally black. No cream, no sugar. Okay, UMAC guys, 3320. Yeah, ugly. No, it's Nespresso. Still halted? Yeah, halted on the way down. Okay, so CDTG. This was from our AI yesterday, and it's from our AI today again. So got up to 330, closed down here. Oh guys, okay, IPST. This was a big one from yesterday, and it just took out yesterday's high. Okay, they just took out yesterday's high. The big one from yesterday didn't close well though. Got up to 965, closed down here at 737, but it is now above yesterday's high, or right at yesterday's high. A lot of stocks look like this. If they're a tech or semi, I mean, a lot of them look just like this, with a big day yesterday, and then the big down day today. What is SMH doing right now? Yeah, that's a big move. Big move. That's a semi ETF. All this gains. South Korea. So South Korea is getting hit a little bit here, guys. South Korea. This is the bull. This is the country ETF. KROU. And looking left, $17. Yeah, lost sight of this one. This AIXC. This is another, not a low float. I mean, it's 20 million in the float, not high, but certainly not low. Is there a scan or program that tracks short coverings? Are you talking about short squeezes or not sure I know what you mean exactly. Well, I mean, obviously if a lot of these low floaters though, there are no shorts available for most brokers. Okay. So there's not like a huge short float percent for a lot of these. But give me an idea of one. I'm just looking here. I'm just trying to find a stock like Lazar or LegalZoom, sorry. So here's a short float, okay, 12%, pretty high. So all of a sudden, that's fantastic news. You would think then, the people who are short, and it had fantastic news, is there'd be short covering. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so if that's really if that's really your question, Williams, there's no market indicator to say whether a trade is a short or a sell. Well, the problem with the short float percent that you see here, it only gets updated and that's sort of synonymous in the industry. I mean, it shouldn't be. It should be real time, but it only gets updated every twice a month, I believe. Can you put buy and sell flags on the trade wave? Would they even be useful? I'm not sure what you mean. When you say you mean can you get an alert when a buy or sell flag happens? Is that what you mean, Brian? No, unfortunately, no. I mean, it's a question that has been asked many, many, many times. To be able to create your own scan, and with the trigger being a buy flag or a sell flag. But so far, no. How do you determine if a short squeeze is? you really can't. I mean, I mean, if a stock has got a big short float percent, and then but it's not doing anything. On a day it's not doing anything. You don't know anything that's coming ahead of time. But when you have a stock with a big short float percent, and then all of a sudden, for some reason, maybe it's earnings or has some spectacular news, you see a stock just going crazy. Yeah, a lot of that. I always sort of try, but you can't. It's hard to break it down. Is it true buying or is it short covering also? I mean, it doesn't really matter if you're in it. You don't care, but you can't tell ahead of time if a short squeeze is coming. All you can do is you can find stocks that have big short flow percentage and create a top list and you can see them, but it doesn't mean that anything is going to happen anytime soon. I don't understand the question. How to avoid it if you short position? What do you mean? How to avoid it? I don't understand that question exactly, Dr. Farm, in our YouTube room. I mean, if you don't want to trade stocks that have high short float percents, then you would, we have a filter for that. And if you said, you know what, I don't want to short or go long anything with a high short float percent, you have to determine what that is, 15%, and you don't see those stocks if that's what you mean. Well, again, if you don't want to, if you have a short position in something and you don't want to be in something that has a high short float percent, then you would just put a filter, in whatever scan you're using that has you don't want to see stocks that have, say, a minimum of whatever that number is, a 15% short. But if you're talking about intraday, I mean, it doesn't really matter. So, I mean, in other words, you could use that filter, the short float percent filter, and put a max in the max box. You might say 5%. Okay, you don't want to. So you don't want to see anything that has more than a 5% short float. If that's kind of what you're driving at. And I'm just using that as some people might even have a lower number. But again, are you talking intraday or are you talking about longer term holds? And again, I'm talking to Dr. Farm in our YouTube room. Okay, guys. Now, PFSA, as I was saying, I don't think it's done. I think, sure, it had the pullback and all, but unless it utterly collapses through the VWAP and all, I mean, this could still have some more room later on. All right, then just put so if you don't want to be short a stock that has 15%, then you use okay, then use that filter, the short float filter. So if I just showed it to you, just I'll just show it to you what it looks like. You could add it to your scans, search, float, and the short float percent. Okay, so if you don't want to see stocks, you want to have a max of 15%. Okay, so you put max 15 here. So you're not going to see any stock that has greater than a 15% short float, if that's your goal. So you could add that to any of your scans. Okay. Okay, that makes sense. Of course, yes. Yes. TradeWave is part of the standard subscription. Yes, Brian. Now there's Wheato, guys. I said, what is today's Wheato? Well, today's Wheato could still be Wheato. I mean, active traders still. So if you want to know how to add the TradeWave to your charts, just let me know. All right, guys, this is a gap down and go. Okay. And this is, again, tech stocks. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at the sectors. Okay. I'm going to click on new from the toolbar, then dock channel bar. All these are theme based channels. I'm going to click on the show more and find the sector status. So nothing's really, screaming higher in any of the major sectors. I mean, XLV and XL, I mean, they're up 1.6%, but just take a look at this. Look at the semis. Actually, the semis actually had a bit of a rebound. I think when I looked at them, they were down 6%. But anyway, but here's the semis. This is the any volume yet, and still no volume. This is a very weak ETF tracking uranium and the nukes. And there's the tech XLK. Okay, but the semis and tech are definitely the two worst performing sectors right now. So let's take a look at some of the individual stocks in some of these major sectors. So when you look at technology, I mean, it looks like they're all bad, but I mean, 58% are down, but 42% are up. So here's Intuit, INTU. I don't know if it's an earnings play, not an earnings play, but whatever reason, Intuit is up. Just trying to see if there's any news on this one. Don't see any news on it, but Intuit is up. TYL, these are expensive stocks. Tyler Technologies, and at the very bottom, though, is this Teradyne or yeah, Teradyne, TER. There's Western Digital, Seagate. Where's Micron? Micron must have had. There's Micron. So as you can see, all these big semis and tech stocks are just getting hit today. So retail though, Ulta, beauty place, 5.2%. It's not an earnings play. It's amazing how expensive this one is. What's the worst one? So you guys have been talking about Carvana, CVNA, yeah. So Carvana in the retail is the worst. So you can see how you could possibly use this. Some of you could go to the sector status channel, spot the top stock in a sector, the worst stock in a sector, and maybe figure out a way to trade them. All right, as somewhat promised, guys. Well, promised. I didn't think this PFSA was quite over. Yeah, SLE is just getting absolutely clobbered now. Just getting clobbered. Wow. Fun. I mean, I putting an alert up here at 1603, see if it takes out the high. It would still have some room. I think 17 is the next on the weekly chart, right? Yeah, 1789. Any news on PPSI? I don't see any reason for a sell-off. That is from our YouTube room. Okay, I haven't seen PPSI. Not very much volume though. I mean, it's not a huge sell-off. It's just not much volume. It was an earnings play yesterday, so you can see what it did. I mean, the initial reaction was pretty good, got up to 349, but we could not hold the gains. So it's an earnings play from yesterday and just continuation down, basically continuing the selling that happened, from the high of the day yesterday, and it closed down here. So that's all I can see. Never a good sign, for me when I see a big, you see a nice big pop and then it's a sell off basically all day, closing near the low of the day. Where do I think Rito could go? Well, I mean, let's see how, I mean, 50 is up here. I mean, it could take, I'm not saying it's going to get to 50, but I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. Nothing surprises me anymore, and these sort of stocks. It is I mean, it's not over. It's not completely and utterly over. It's over the VWAP again. 50 is the high up here, a little less than 50. Takes it out, still would have some room on the weekly. Still, the volume is nowhere near it was yesterday. Yeah, I mean, yesterday's volume was 34 million. So we're at 5 million now. So, it's not going to be like yesterday, but so I mean, I don't know where it's going. But if it took out 50, well, the IPST did not hold on, did it? I mean, it looked pretty promising up here, but well, Beyond has had a quite a day, guys. Look at that big V here. I mean, it's still down for the day. It was plunging, and then some buying has come right back into Beyond Meat. BYND. Don't ask me why. I have no idea. I mean, it still has room, obviously. 1281 is the next high. That was yesterday's high, but same thing. It looked pretty promising for a while, but look where it closed. 1281, and it closed down here near the low of the day. All right. Well, maybe this could be it for a while anyway. For the PFSA, I think it's halted again, isn't it? Yeah, halted on the way down. But you never know later on in the day, okay? And I'm talking in the afternoon. What time is it now? 10:30. 1:30 ish. If we get some enthusiasm back into the stock, you could take that high out and could have another run. So that's why I've got a price alert right up here in case it happens later on in the day. Oh man, look at this one. So HYMC. No, this is Highcroft. Okay, is there shorts available? Yeah, 300,000. Um, a lot of room looking left on that weekly chart for HYMC. But look at the Wheato go, guys. I mean, as I say, today's Wheato could still be Wheato. This is where the races really shine. When you're looking at these low floaters, I mean, in this race right here, and there you go. And there's a bursting right through. I'm not in it. Just give me a moment, please. Okay, guys. Yeah, so Wheato just got halted, right? Yeah, got halted on the way up. I understand. I said it could go. I had no idea it was going to do this 100%, but just had that look when it didn't completely when it broke down through the VWAP, and then it reclaimed it, and then the trend started moving higher. Yeah, but I was not going to anticipate that was going to happen. That's not how I trade. Some of you might though. What do you call, was this one that we couldn't trade? I can't remember now. The SXTC. Was that one we couldn't trade at Interactive Brokers? Well, there was definitely EGH. I know that, but I was wondering about the SXTC also. Yeah, that's what I thought. I think we tried before with the SXTC. So this is pretty interesting. I mean, it's not. I mean, 20 million low float, but it's not crazy low. Well, it's like I said though, when you look at the tech sector, see, it's not like there were everything was down. Okay, I mean, yeah, 58% are down from yesterday's high or yesterday's close, but 42% are up. Okay, I don't know where Apple. There's Apple. So it's not like they were all getting clobbered. You know, we've seen days where that negative number would be like 80, 90%. So it's not quite 50-50, but because we already looked at, Intuit, Adobe, what's that, Salesforce, right? CRM, Autodesk. Now, big one, obviously Apple, Accenture. So there are, Microsoft is up too. Microsoft, not a huge amount, but boy, this was a great one from here, guys. The trend reversal, Arcon, RCON. We sort of missed it, 1016. This is why I like the don't repeat. I can see where the first alert was and the price. And of course, it's repeating over here every time I made a new high. Hey, WETO just resumed. And what happened? There you go. That's why I'm kind of still holding out for the PFSA. Maybe later on in the day, takes out 16 and goes on another run. But look what happened here. So what did it do? 50 went from 53 down to 45 in a heartbeat. And right back up to 50. So that's pretty brutal, okay? Never go to the channel bar, Kishore. Please listen carefully, everybody. You're going to click on a channel, click on new, and click on dock to channel bar, not the channel bar. Ticking me off that they have this here. But anyway, click on the dock channel bar. When you do that, then you can load any channel and your layout will still be there. Okay? That was the whole reason for creating the docked channel bar so people could do exactly that. Well, yeah, Chief. I mean, that's why we have this. If you follow, I mean, if a stock is halted, here, okay, here's Archon halted, right? I mean, I display this quite a bit. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. So you're not going to see it in trade ideas, but this is time and sales in Interactive Brokers. So here's the halt Archon at 603. Here's the potential open. Okay, doesn't mean it's going to open there, but if a person were in this one, you want to see a number greater than the halt price. Gives you a little more confidence that it'll probably open above. But there's no guarantee that it's going to open there. Over a 5 minute period, this number can change. My chart has two stops. You'd have to. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what is that, TO or oh, that's Wito. on the 1 minute. I don't know. You must have whether these simulation buys that you did. I'm not sure. I don't use the. I'm not sure exactly what you've done. Oh, a real trader glitch. Oh, okay. I mean, you're in yeah. So I've never used Brokerage Plus. Okay, I mean that's not because of that. I know there are people who use it and they seem to like it, and it doesn't seem to give them problems. But yeah, if you're in a stock like that, I'd be looking at my broker to make sure, especially a stock like that. Okay, guys, I want to take a look at the CLAR, see what it is doing. KLAR. This is an earnings play. Yeah, this another one that just kind of massive move down and then really not doing much. Well, the cipher showed up on the. I have my gap continuation scanner. Okay, on the other monitor, or I guess gap or reversal scanner. It's this platform for trading. Well, I suppose you could say both. I mean, so obviously you don't have trade ideas. So what you can what these are two scans I've got. Okay, daily trend reversals. Okay, so just to give you an idea of what it's looking for, I'm going to open one of them, and this is what you can do in trade ideas. Should I just do this? So this is what you can do with trade ideas. So this is called up big yesterday but down today. So what is it looking for? So this is an idea. You can create your own ideas. So if the price is between 1 and 60, the current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. The volume has to be at least 150,000 shares. The price has to be down at least 5% from yesterday's close. Okay. But yesterday, the stock had to close up at least 5%. And then also the stock has to be below the low of yesterday. So, I mean, this is an idea of a scan that I put together. Okay, this is what I want to see. So, if all these filter values are met and the stock makes a new low for the day, we get a real time alert. Okay, so if I look at this one, MVLL, okay, you can see exactly what it was looking for. Here's a stock. Well, this is the company ETF for Micron, MU. but the stock closed up. This closed up at least 5%. But look what it's doing today. It's a reversal. That's what the scan is looking for, a daily reversal. Now that's on the downside. And if it's in powder blue, it's just the reverse. You can see as SXTC closed down at least 5% yesterday, but it's reversing today. That's just that's just an idea of a scan that I like. Okay. So when you say is this platform for trading? Well, it's certainly for trading because now, it's generating ideas. I mean, the program is called Trade Ideas because it's going to generate ideas based on your set of parameters. Now, I'm sharing all this. So it depends on your trading style. Now, just because you get an alert though, just because something shows up here, now you got to analyze it. Okay. Do I want to take the potential short? You have to understand how to read a chart. So it generates the idea. And then it's up to you. If you have any trading experience, you look at the chart and say, okay, yes, I want to short this one based on what I'm seeing. Or no, I don't, based on what I'm seeing. So you have to have some trading experience for sure. Okay, Tony? Well, you're in a trade ideas trading room. So, I mean, if you want to take out a subscription, you go to my homepage. But this is what I would do first. Before you take out a subscription, you should have an idea about what you're getting into. Okay, so click on my homepage link and get down to that education section. Click on the more info. And then you see where it says getting started with trade ideas. You don't have to do the first one, the start and login, but go to the second one. And there are 12 short videos. That'll give you an idea about what the program is all about. Okay. You're not obviously not a subscriber to Trade Ideas. Okay. So that's what I would do before you even, take out a subscription. Okay. Definitely do this first. It'll give you an idea about what you can do with the program. Okay. 12. And so for you, it'll be 11 short videos. But I was just trying to demonstrate the power of trade ideas is the ability to create your own scans based on your own set of parameters. So if you have any trading experience at all, then you might have an idea about what you're kind of looking for, and you can create a scan based on what you're looking for. As I say, guys, I just have this feeling that PFSA is not dead. Riot. Well, let's see. I'll look at Mara also because they sort of go in tandem. Um, well, what's crypto doing today? So crypto's soft. Actually, crypto's up today. So Riot is moving against. So I don't know if they have any specific reason for it. Yeah. August 10th was earnings, so that's passed. That was a week and a half ago. But the reaction was, I mean, this was the day it had earnings. It popped up to 23, but look where it closed, 20. And since then, it's just been sort of steadily down. Yeah, so it's not moving. It's certainly not moving with crypto. Moving against. Now, what's Mara doing? I would look at Mara at the same time just to see if Mara is down also. Yeah, Mara is down also. So both of these bit miners are down, even though crypto is up. I don't know if there's any, again, specific news. But you can kind of see there's a bit of a it's sort of counterintuitive right now. Mara and Riot are down, yet crypto is up. Wow, has this been a wild one also, guys? The IPST, look, I mean, look at this. I got down to 832 and a pop up, all that, that low float, 1.23 mil. I'm going to go over this race, guys. I mean, but there's some unbelievable low floaters in here. They're just going crazy today. I'll just show what the concept of the racing is all about. Not another way to use trade ideas. Before I do, so I put this in here, my homepage link. So click on it. And the reason I did that is because I'm going to go over the race, but I want to show you in the guide. So if you click on the education section, click on the more info, and then at the top here is our user guide. Click on the user guide, and there's a whole section on stock racing, all right? TI stock racing, okay? Everything I'm going to talk about is in the guide. Wow, PST. Hard to know, I mean, look at that pullback. That looked pretty brutal from 1121 down to 858, and then boom. That's why I'm thinking the PFSA later on in the day could do it again. Anyway, the race. So, what does that 17.9% mean? IPST is at the top right there because of that move. That means that since the race started, and I'm running 4-minute races, you can run whatever time period you want. Want to run a 3-minute race, a 5-minute race, whatever. I'm running a 4-minute race. And there's nothing magic about 4 minutes. That's what I picked a long time ago when we developed the concept of racing. So since the race started 2 minutes ago, this stock, IPST, has moved the most, 20% since the race started. And it's, it's way above the next one. Doesn't mean it's going to, but it still has 2 minutes to go. If all of a sudden it has a big pullback, that 23% gain will be wiped out. But right now, it's up, and I'm surprised it's not halted. It is halted. I was watching this price not moving. So it's halted right now. So how to use it? Well, obviously, if something is at the top here, click on it, see what's happening. See what's happening. You're going to hear me say that all the time. See what's happening. You don't know what you're going to see in the charts until you click on it. AUUD. Let's take a look at AUUD. See what's happening. Some of you may look at this and go, okay, it's holding the VWAP. It's just over the whole number of 1. The next high is 117. But on a weekly chart, the next high is 154. Some of you might look at that and go, you know what? I don't mind this. I'll take the trade. I'll put my stop, a couple pennies underneath the VWAP, and then take the trade. I mean, I'm not telling you to do that, but that's an idea, depending on what style of trading you have. Some of you may have a moving average on your chart that it pulled back into and it held. But you can kind of see that certainly on a weekly chart, daily chart, not quite as much room. 123 is the next high. And look what happened. Look what happened. Look at the AIXC. It took over that top. Probably you would have thought there's no way in the world that something is going to take over that 23% position. But look at this. AIXC just did, and it just got halted. So anything you see now, what happens is automatically for you, a top 10 list is built of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So PFSA has won 8 races, WEDO 6, etc., all the way down to Recon at 2. Okay, so why that's going to be very interesting for a lot of you. If you're just starting out, but even if you're a veteran trader, This just creates a focus list for you of stocks to watch all day long. Okay, instead of jumping around from stock to stock to stock, you can just focus on these stocks if that's what you want to do. Anything that's won a race before, click on it. Let's take a look at the XOS. It's, could still be interesting. I mean, it's still trying to hold the VWAP. Had news, about some kind of a deal they got with the Navy, not the Navy, Air Force. Yeah, to provide mobile charging to the U.S. Air Force. So that was the news. Low float, 8.6 million in the float. Look at the volume, 79 million. Okay, so anything that's won a race, click on it. Anything you see in this list, it doesn't have to be at the top. MNTN, maybe just getting going. Sort of interesting. Look how it's holding the VWAP, hugging the VWAP. It's acting as support so far. And when you look left, you'd have to go to a monthly chart to see where the next high is, 1388, and that was back in December of last year. That could be interesting, especially if it takes out 12. Again, I'm not, none of these are just slam dunk buys, but that's why you have to have some charting experience. When you look at a chart, what is it trying to tell you? So that's the concept. So you don't have to, number one, wait for a race to be over. You click on it. You see anything in the list, click on it. Just see what's happening. You see anything that's won a race before, click on it. See what's happening. Now, the question has to be, well, why are these stocks showing up? So if I right click in the body of the race, one of the options is open the top list. All races start now. Forget this one. This is skewed. This was a reverse split that's not been accounted for. It's not up 5,100%. But all races start from a top list window. This is a top list window. If I right click on it, notice there's an option that says launch the real-time stock race. So why are these stocks showing up in this top list window? If I right click on it, this is what I've configured. So as long as the stock is between $1 and $60, $50, up 200, traded 200,000 shares minimum, it has to be up at least 2% from yesterday's close. If a stock meets all these filter requirements, it's going to show up in this top list window. You can see right at the very, okay? So that's why these stocks are showing up. So disregard this one, okay? This is because our provider has not taken into account that this is a reverse split. But so how a top list window can still be used, show me the stocks that are up the most today. So as long as I have a column header, which I do, the change from yesterday's close, I can sort on it. Double left click, and I can sort on it. This is showing me the stocks that are up the most percentage-wise from yesterday's close. I could use the top list window, show me the stocks that are down the most. Show me the stocks that are up the most in the last 5 minutes. Show me the stocks that are down the most in the last 10 minutes. As long as you have the column header, you can sort on it. If I want to sort on change from the open, what stock has moved the most from its opening trade of the day? AIXC, 247%. All the way down this list. But this is how the race works. The race does not care where it is in the list of stocks. All it cares about is in this list of stocks. Let me see if it's a little bit bigger. In this list of stocks, what stock is moving the most percentage-wise? Okay? So for sure, you're going to see AIXC and PFSA and WIDO and IPST probably all day long. Why? Because, they're up 320%, 204%, 98%. People are watching these stocks all day long, not just in this trading room, but, all around the world. These are the stocks that are being followed all day long. So they're going to be super active. But that doesn't mean that some stock down here, I was just talking about the MNTN, it's up 5%. But what if all of a sudden, for some reason, it was up 6%, 8%, 10%, 12%, moving up this list? How would you know? What are you going to do? Stare at a list of stocks to see what stocks are moving? You don't have to. That's what the race does for you. Again, the race doesn't care where it is in the list. Just what's moving the most since the race started in the list. Okay. Now, hopefully now it's starting to make sense though. Also, you can create your own top list window. I mean, this is a volatile, very volatile list of stocks. But if you wanted to have a large cap, if you wanted to follow more large cap type stocks, all you would do is, create your own price range, maybe a minimum volume, maybe put a minimum market cap, so you get large cap stocks. You can create your own top list window and launch the race based on what you want to see. This just happens to be, this is, pretty exciting to watch, but, I do have another race on my homepage, which is a large cap stock race that I can share if a person is interested. So if there are any questions about the race, just let me know. Or the race, the concept of racing. So William, I just was shoot, I should have probably bought this one. You said that your scan or your system said to buy Archon on the open, or which is halted now anyway. Okay, halted on the way up. So when it opened, you mean when it came out of the halt? Wow, fast morning for me, guys. This is an exciting morning. Okay, guys, give me a moment. It's 11:03. Just give me a moment. I will be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. So yeah, the Koru that we saw earlier. So I didn't I read where your government is pulling troops out of North Korea, or sorry, North Korea, South Korea. So obviously that should have been something we should have been following that right from the pre-market. That's K. This is the Korean company or country ETF. Three timer. Wow. There might be one to buy, but I mean you can short this one. That's a three timer. And again, in case you wonder why I would say I'm a Canadian, so I'm just looking at that. That's why I said your your government pulling troops out of South Korea. So that is the reason for the KROU super weakness. Now, there's probably this is the three-time bull, so there's probably a Korean ETF, a country ETF that's only down 7%. Now, give me a moment, please. All right, guys. Let's see now. It's been a little bit choppy, but is this a mi- it's the miners. It's sort of the miners getting. It's another miner that's getting hit here, guys. So Bitcoin is up, but the miners are getting hit. This is Cipher, along with Mara and Riot. Yeah, so there's a definite a disconnect. I mean, the crypto miners are not having a good day. So who asked that question about? Was that you, Tony? Who asked that question about the mine? Oh, Riot. Yeah. So, well, maybe it's a buying opportunity, but you, what I would do is I would just try to maybe analyze it a little bit more to know why the miners are having a bad day versus crypto having a good day. I mean, there is a reason because it's not just one or two stocks. It looks like all the miners. Well, the three that I've brought up anyway. Energy. Okay. Well, I think William is talking more about energy, but but there is a disconnect. And in our YouTube room, Trade Ideas Promotional is saying it's because they have all switched to data centers and data centers are getting destroyed today. Okay, it's probably as valid an opinion as anything else. It's amazing how data centers are turning into the NIMBYs. Not in my backyard. We should talk about garbage dumps and all that. I don't want a garbage dump in my backyard. How these data centers are just getting both countries. Okay, people complaining about I don't want it in my backyard. A disconnect between well, let's take a look. CIEN. Okay, so CIEN is down 5%. Okay, and what's the ETF for it? What's the company ETF for it? That's huge. I mean, that is just a massive move down. AAOZ, really? Seems a little strange, but okay. That almost looks like this should be called a short. Yeah, I have no answer. Obviously I don't have. Is that the only one? There's, yeah, there's a lot of volume on it, but I have no explanation for that. I mean, yeah, I have no explanation for that at all. Well, even if it said short though, then it should only be 21%. Okay, now I don't see that as listed. Okay, I know what you're saying. I do not see that is listed in when I'm going to the or do I? What I see CIEG and CIEX. Okay, so CIEG. Well, that makes sense. This is the long and CIEX. Yeah, so that I don't know about that other one. It seems pretty crazy that they would have a symbol AAOZ for Sienna. But anyway, now this has no volume, but the other one had volume. I mean, there's not a ton of volume on this one either, but this one definitely is tracking it the way we would think. So I don't know. I can't. I have no explanation for the other one. All right, guys. Let's see. I didn't check on this NT. Wow. I don't know what this. Oh, this is some kind of an warrant of some sort. Okay. Well, it was a bit choppy, but the AMLX. This is from our AI. I can have the news. It's already at the high of the day. This is the news after its obesity blocker hits all trial goals, and I think that was phase 3. So, and it's starting to approach the pre-market high. The pre-market high is 32.96, so it's getting close to that pre-market high. Okay, MET-C guys. MET-C is a gap down and go. Let's see what it where could it go? Yeah. So for me, unfortunately, it's too close. I mean, the next low looking left is 1060. Now, if I took a whole bunch of shares right here, short, and it got down there, yes. But I don't have the confidence is going to get all the way down there. Okay, guys. So just got a confirmation. Steve Gomez will take over for me in our YouTube room today. Just give me a moment, guys. I'm just following a Slack thread internal to Trade Ideas, of course. All right, guys. So again, the MET-C is something unfortunately, for me, the next low is too close, so I won't take the trade. What are my thoughts about N? Well, I mean, NBIS has been, of course, on a roller coaster. I mean, it had the massive move up for several months, the big move down last month. I mean, I have no thoughts about it. I mean, you're talking about more for a swing trade, right? I mean, right? If you're talking about a short, I mean, it's obviously it's weakening. It's under the VWAP, but I don't have any thoughts about it as far as a swing trade is concerned. If that's what you're asking, Dr. Farm, I mean, this would be to me a pretty key area for to try to hold 246. But I mean, right now, it is selling off. But again, if you're talking about a swinging a short, I listen. I don't. I'm not a. I'm not a swing trader at all. Okay. But I'd be watching this. I mean, okay, that low right there. So it's breaking down below a little bit. What's that low? That low is 256.91, and so you're below that. So yeah, I mean, in theory, you've got a little bit of room. 247 is the next low. So okay, and right now, I mean, the trend has been, other than that little spike here for whatever reason. I mean, the trend has been, the orange wave down today. And the other one, crowd is CRW. Oh, CRWV. Okay, CRWV. Crowd weave or something. Core weave. Wow. I mean, had earnings, and the reaction was pretty good for 2 days, but it's been selling off since. I mean, there's the 200-day moving average. So again, I don't know what you're trying to do. If you're trying to swing short it, if you are, the 200-day moving average is down here, so that could stop. It looks a little bit. It looks a lot like the NBIS. But again, I am not a swing trader. Okay. But if I wanted to short this, I'd be thinking to myself, okay, it's underneath the, like, intraday, it's underneath the VWAP, about $1.60 under. Maybe I would wait to see if it could pull up a little bit into the VWAP a little bit more, and then see if the VWAP stalled it like it did here, and then say, okay, I'll short it. Put your stop a little bit above the VWAP and see what happens. I'm not that again. That's not a recommendation. It's just, if I were going to do it, I guess that's what I would do. Man, snooze alert. Well, you know what? This is starting to move down a little bit now, though. The CLAR, the KLR. Now, I think, yeah, we looked at this earlier, 1552. So it's actually below that now. And the next low is 1483. It's just that it just doesn't seem to be dynamic enough. And it's because of the float. I mean, the stock is already down 21%. But it's a big float. So how much more dynamic can it be? And it's an earnings play. Oh man, I should have taken that HYMC short. Wow, this was the alert was at 25:04. Time was 10:13. Right about right here. I looked at it and I thought, okay, maybe it's going to jog up a bit, and I just kind of lost sight of it. All right, Cast is on the move here, guys. Cast is on the move. Does it have any room? The answer is no. Well, if you believe that next high looking left is going to stall at 138, if it can get through that, 157. So, for me, had the next high looking left on the daily chart been up here at 158, I would have been very interested. I wouldn't have been taking it now because it's too parabolic, but I would certainly maybe wait to see if it pulled back a bit. But the problem is that next high for me is just too close. And again, you can see that it's a daily trend reversal. All right, guys, I'm back. Sorry about that. Now, WETO just got halted, right? Or came out of the halt. So I declare this one over. I think okay. I think we can probably say that this is over. Now, INHD, another one that has been super active. Another low float, 2.3 million. Not a lot of volume though. Next high looking left is a little over 10. So let's see where it could open. It's halted at 973. Again, this is nothing to do with trade ideas. This is the first halt of the day for it. Nothing to do with trade ideas. This blue window. Time and sales from Interactive Brokers. There's the halt price, 973. Call I'm trying to show you where it could open. No big clue. But if you're in this one right now, at least what you want to see is a number not way below the halt the halt price. So the people who are fleeing WETO are looking now for something else to sink their teeth into. See, this is what I don't understand, William. Even this cipher has a company ETF, and Home Depot doesn't. How can that be? How can Home Depot not have a company ETF? It makes no sense to me. How about Lowe's? Does it have one? What is Lowe's is what? Not L. That's not. That's the corporation I'm talking. What is the we don't have any anymore in Canada. Low, thank you. Did you check just out of curiosity because they have earnings also tomorrow, and it's interesting. So they're moving. There's no ETF for low either. Interesting. Thank you, Sean, in our YouTube room also. Okay, guys, back. This is actually from our AI also HCWB. Not bad. I mean, it still has a little bit of room. 324. The alert was at you can see right here. The alert was at 262. Okay, 262. So I'm just going to check the reentry. 1256. Yeah, the only one. Well, XOS on a reentry. Pretty choppy though. I'm looking at our AI. The one that's sort of working is not really. It's pretty choppy. The ones that I'm looking at in our AI, they're actually pretty choppy. All right, guys. So in about a little less than half an hour, Steve Gomez will take over for me in our YouTube room. He'll also do Thursday, so you get a double dose of Steve. Steve's the originator of the trades of the week, and way, 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 way more of a swing trader than I am, which is not hard, considering I don't swing trade. All right, guys. Well, I enjoyed the questions so far today. If you have more, keep them coming. It keeps me focused, unbored. Wow. Well, this turned out to be the one. I mean, it was so rocky though, but the IPST turned out to be the one. But it was not easy. Definitely not easy. Look at yesterday. I mean, excuse me, at the big day yesterday, but even when it took out the 963 early, it plummeted. Well, it it could be well, I don't know. They see the Weedo had so much room. I mean, that was the thing about Weedo. Look how much room it had on a weekly chart or a monthly chart, but on a weekly chart, the same thing. Look how much room it had. So that's why Weedo did what Weedo did. When you look at UPST, or sorry, IPST, it just doesn't have the same look. Doesn't mean it won't go completely bananas still, but it just doesn't have that same look that the net, it would have to, I mean, believe it or not, it would have to take out about 38 before it have that same look. Ah, too bad. I think the PFSA may be over now too. Let's see what it's doing. Well, it's still kind of hanging around the VWAP. I mean, it because of the float, you get any big surge of volume, it could do something later, but I don't like the fact that it's now getting underneath the VWAP. Yeah, and PFSA just got halted on the way down. So I think, wait a minute. Yeah, just got halted on the way down. Nokia is even showing up on the reversal scan. All right, your system is infallible, William. So let's take a look at PFSA. Okay, so where is this going to open? Let's take a look at where it could open. 1075. So we're halted at 1087, 1075. Well, let's see where it opens. Okay, I'm curious to see where this opens. Your system seems to be pretty good, William. To give us a bit of a bounce. So let's see. All depends where it's going to open. Now, this is such a low float. I mean, I'm surprised you even look at these sort of stocks. for that for your system. Boy, the HCWB. I mean, look at okay. So the pre-market just got up to yeah, the pre-market it got up to 388. So there is room for this thing to run. And you know what? Low float. So he says that in his system, when I'm talking to Balagan in our YouTube room, when it comes out of the depends where it comes out of the halt, but it is somewhat predicting a bounce. Okay, but you know, it's the problem I would have is that it's such a low float. But let's see what happens. You know what? It looks like it's going to open higher. When did it get halted? 11:38. So 11:43 plus 38 seconds if it's a 5 minute halt. So let's see. Okay, so if it's a 5 minute halt, it's going to open soon. 38 seconds. So in about 5, 6 seconds, if it's a 5 minute halt, let's see where it opens. Okay, just opened. It just opened. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Plus, I'm looking at the spread. The spread had got absolutely crazy. 35. I mean, at one point it was about 80 cents. So I'm just not touching it. All right, guys. Look at this cast here. I didn't like it because of some reason. I know there was a reason I didn't like it. I think I didn't like it because of that. Well, it's broken through that and it's broken through that. So cash is not still has a little bit of room. I remember when I was talking about it, I said if that were the next high looking left, I would have been all over it at the 120 level. But see, right there is so it broke a little bit above that 138. I got up to 140, a couple of pennies above. Boy, cipher. So the alert happened at 9:46, okay, and the price was 17.29, potential short, right around here. But you see what it did? It just hung, and then finally it broke down. And this was from the don't repeat version of the gap continuation or reversal scan right down here, cipher. Uji, I'm sorry, you guys been talking about this one, UGI. This is that the buyout potential. Hmm. UGI gains after report that KKR makes a $9 billion takeover bid for the company, has offered to buy. So this is not, it looks like it's somewhat unsolicited. This looks over IXC, sorry, AIXC. This looks like it's done. Beyond Meat is Beyond Me, guys. I mean, it had a big drop, and then somebody stepped in, and now it's actually gone positive. BYND. And SpaceX is doing its thing today, okay? Super choppy today. Look how choppy that is. Okay, guys, what's the market doing? So the Dow is down just a little. The Qs are getting clobbered today, and the SPY is, I mean, it's down, not getting clobbered, but the Qs are definitely getting clobbered today. How's that SMH doing right now? Is it still down 4%? Yeah, it's down 4%. The semis. Ugh, that got ugly. INHD, that got really ugly. Okay, guys, what time is it? I'm just about ready for my break. Steve is going to take over for me in about 10 minutes in our YouTube room. So You're not talking, okay, net trade. This is the trade of the week, okay? XE is the trade of the week. But been invalidated because it hit the stop. Doesn't mean you can't it doesn't mean you can't trade it, okay? But I mean, this was the trade of the week. Steve Gomez, in fact, you can hang around for 9 minutes. He'll be in our YouTube room. He's the originator of the trades of the week, but it never triggered. It did not trigger. I think the trigger was around $24, but it actually when it if even if it doesn't trigger, but it hit the stop price, it's sort of invalidated. It doesn't mean you can't trade it, but that purple line on my chart is the VWAP. Oh, the IPO line. Yeah. Ask Steve about that, okay? You can ask Steve. So hang around because he's the originator of the trades of the week. I know he talked about the anchored VWAP. Okay. So it wasn't a bad trade of the week. It's a non-event. Just so others who are listening, the trade of the week was XE. There's a trade of the week every week, free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. And there's a trigger price, there's a stop, there's a potential target, but it never hit the trigger. Not even didn't even get close, but it hit the stop price, which sort of invalidates the trade of the week. Doesn't mean you can't turn around and trade it if you like it, but so because people say, what a terrible trade of the week. Look what it did. Well, it didn't trigger. So you shouldn't have taken it unless it hit the trigger. But doesn't mean you can't, if just as a trader, you put your trader hat on, you say, wow, this looks like a good little base down here, 1889. It's at the VWAP now. If I took it, do I get out of it now or to see if it pops through the VWAP? I do a workout on my break. Yes, I do, Faith. Believe it or not, I do as silly as it sounds, the Simply Fit board with 10-pound weights and all sorts of different exercises on it for about 12 minutes. Okay, well, here's a real cheap one, guys. The Cypherpunk. I haven't seen this one for a while. Remember this month, but Cypherpunk under $1. And when I take my workout, I'm also that's why sometimes I can still be in a trade because I'm right in front of my computer. It's not like I'm going to another room or anything. This was the miserable one. I would have thought that this would have had a lot more in it, just based on the news it had. The SLE. Yeah, the CD. I mean, it took a while, but now it's really ripping. I know why you're watching it probably, Ahmed, Ahmad, because of it's an AI alert. It was an AI alert yesterday, did pretty well, and it's looking like it's doing better today. But not well. In fact, good. I love the fact I can do my video on it because look at the reentry at 302. Okay, so if you miss it the first time or didn't take it the first time and just waited for the reentry, that's a pretty awesome move. Okay, wow, it's 11:56. I've got to get my announcement in here. Okay, not going yet. I'll have to wait for Steve to show up. And I'll put the YouTube link in the main room so you can come in to YouTube and listen to Steve if you want. Yeah, I wouldn't have said that was easy, but boy, what a and then look at this. I mean, 459 is down to 370, but not easy. Okay, so now I'm just waiting for Steve to show up. In fact, this got pretty ugly. I mean, what's the float on this? 2.77 China stock. I mean, that's pretty ugly. I mean, getting up to 460 and getting right back down to 341. Big percentage drops. Well, we could argue that AMLX is sort of better. Okay, I mean, it's been because at least it's a little more stable. Okay, it had that drop here, and it never hit the stop. Did not hit the stop, and it had news, so not quite as volatile as the other ones. Meanwhile, this one continues to move down. What was the first alert? 482, 459 now. SPY is still kind of hanging around the VWAP. I'm looking at the SPY. Still down for the day, but hanging around the VWAP. Oops, that's wrong. I'm sorry. Wow, it was CAS that was dinging at me. I have, my little beep is my sound alert for this one. And CAS was so 126 to 161. So you can just see, I mean, I was wrong. When I say wrong, I mean, I still wouldn't, I would still do the same thing tomorrow. But, I didn't take the trade because I thought there'd be a little too much resistance on the way up based on the daily. But, it didn't matter. Did not matter. Yeah, it's surging again. You're right. Boy, that's okay. I just heard a little pop. I think that means Steve Gomez is in our YouTube room right now. So, guys, I'm going to take my break in the main room. You got my announcement on a break back around 1 p.m. So I'm muting myself now in the main room. And now I can welcome Mr. Gomez, who will obviously be doing a double duty this week, Tuesday and Thursday.
Yes.
Joyous.
Yes. I always try to get set up before you finish your intro. You got me.
Oh, I see. Okay.
I'm clicking buttons over here like crazy. What was the question?
I know. What's that?
What was the question? I'm sorry.
Oh, there was no question. No question.
Oh, okay.
I was saying welcome. I'm saying you're going to be doing double duty. That's all.
Yes, double duty. That was the comment, right? Correct.
Yeah, just a comment.
Tuesday is the grab bag day. Anything goes. It could be any one of us.
Right. Well, I'm sure everybody's really happy it's you.
Oh, good.
Well, good. And in fact, NetTrade had a question about the trade of the week. We know it hit the stop. I know it didn't trigger, but it hit the stop. But I think he wants to know a little bit more about that anchored VWAP. So
okay. Yeah.
I told him to stick around.
Yep. That's a good one to talk about.
Yeah. Okay, Steve, we'll see you. I'll try to get there before 5-2 so you can get out a little bit early.
All right, sounds good.
Okay.
Yeah, so XE is trade of the week. However, it didn't trigger. It's very important to read the body of the email sometimes. I have a few people who actually bought it. I said, you weren't supposed to buy it until it breaks the purple line. However, we got kind of a drawdown in the market here. If somebody was so inclined, you could maybe just nibble a little bit. And, if it starts to get a head start back above, you've got kind of a running start. But let me bring up the pen here so I can highlight what I'm seeing and what the whole concept of the trade is. So again, it's not live. And your other question was, what is that purple line's significance? So we're going to talk about that. There we go. All right. So this purple line is actually anchored. If I can go all the way back, it's an IPO. The very first day was back here late April. And so this is the anchor tool right there. If I click that once, I'm not going to, but if I click it, I get kind of a cursor. Then I drop the cursor on the day that I want to anchor. And what that does is it uses that as day one on a VWAP calculation. So every day's volume weighted average price is slowly brought into this moving average. And it's a down sloping moving average. And what this means is, since the IPO price of XE, basically most of the people are underwater. And which means the shorts are in control. If there are a lot of shorts in there, I don't have a value on it. I think I looked it up. I think it's like around 10%, according to AI. But the significance of this line is, I remember I was long this day, and I was talking to Brian Shannon. He goes, it's running right straight into the IPO VWAP. I go, oh, okay, good point. So I've left that up there this whole time, and I noticed it did hold that day. The sellers held that line. The very next day, we made an attempt again. So we had a double rejection, which just, if anything, it just gives you the confirmation of the validity of this type of an indicator, especially off the IPO price. Because the way Brian describes, the volume weighted average price is it kind of just tells you who's in control from a point in time, a period in time. And you can't really go much further back than an IPO. So right out of the chute, the buyers are kind of underwater. And so if we do get a break above, and more important, not only a break above, because we had a slight break, but a close. If we get a nice green candle close above this purple VWAP, the trade is on. It's a 4-star. Let's go. But for now, I've nibbled a little bit back here and none this morning, so I'm a little underwater. Just a starter position, but I kind of want to be an early entry, so I'm anticipating. And if we break through, trust me, I'll be buying more. So that's the idea of the trade of the week, and that's what anchored VWAP is all about. You can anchor the VWAP off of earnings. You can anchor it off of the year to date when the calendar flips over. And a good one is anchoring them to like big gaps, like earnings gaps. That's always a good place to anchor a VWAP. And it just kind of tells you on the daily chart, who's in control. So right now the sellers are still in control. But if we take out that significant line, that's a perfect spot for the trigger to say it's live. Tomorrow's Wednesday. Typically, I like to see these things trigger within a few days. But if this thing waits until Thursday or Friday to go, it's still a very valid setup. So I wouldn't worry about that. All right. So happy Tuesday. We're getting some selling for sure. The more I look at this chart here today, it's like it's really needed, and it's almost like it was just almost a foregone conclusion. The NASDAQ just got so overextended. We had a wonderful bounce off of these lows. I've been getting long some stuff since these days down here. This was the Citadel robbery of the Leopold's portfolio, which is a perfect market event to bounce on. But you can only go so far before you just run out of room. And what's happening here is the buyers that didn't buy here or buy here, maybe they bought a little bit here, but they just don't want to chase up here. They just pull back and they have a buyer's strike. And they just say, it just becomes a foregone conclusion again that you need a break. You need a breath, an in-breath or a shower or whatever you want to call it. Price action needs to come back and reset. And when it does that, all those buyers that were chasing or late, they're like, okay, well, now I'm interested again. So hopefully tomorrow we settle in nicely to this 50-day moving average. And that's a victory as far as I'm concerned, because this was the head fake. This was the break above and the confirmation. All we have to do is make sure that this break above the 50 is going to stay intact. And that's what I'm watching. S&P, same kind of a thing. Much broader bounce. They're way above their 50. It's possible the S&P just kind of hold out up here, and like it was going sideways back here, it just might kind of grind sideways for a little bit as well. So we could be in for a couple of days of this. It's very unusual for it to just turn around and bounce like on a dime. Hang on a second, I'll be right back. Cheers. I gave up Xerox a couple days ago. I didn't like it should have bounced back here. It should have bounced for me right there, but it didn't. And so once it kind of gives away, I gave up on it. The things that I do have that I like, in order of doing the best to the worst today, Alloy. I've been in this one for a while. I talked about how I was buying some stocks down here when that Leopold portfolio got snagged. Alloy was one of them. And it's purely a play on magnetics. So let me just preface this before I go through my portfolio here. A couple things. One, I'm not in swing trade mode. I did take a couple of things off the table this morning that I just wasn't happy with, but I'm not in swing trade mode. I'm in kind of portfolio hedge fund mode. So keep that in mind. Now, with that in mind, I was so pleased to read, by the way, yesterday that Peter Thiel, he announced, I guess, his portfolio. It's like 25% Amazon and 75% energy and utilities. And I've come to the same conclusion. I'm backing up to Alloy here. Alloy is going to be a pure play on magnets, and I think magnets are going to come in into the picture soon. And the price action has been really, really, really good. This is a nutty stock, and I'm just looking to hang on to it. Yesterday wasn't fun. So that one's doing the best for me. DJT is also an energy play. I got to remind people of that. It's not, you don't look up Trump Media and Technology. It is also merging with TAE, Atomic Energy Group. They're going to create fission. I believe it. No, fusion, nuclear cold fusion, which is a clean and less dangerous, very less dangerous byproduct of nuclear energy. You know, sometimes you just got to like read the writing. If it's good enough for him to buy it and put it in his holding company, there's probably something coming. That's why I'm into magnets. He said the same thing about magnets. And that's why I'm going in energy heavy portfolio here. So again, Alloy, magnets, DJT, fusion energy, in addition to all the other stuff that's going on over there. Crypto and social media, et cetera. XRPI. So this is an interesting one. I've got a lot of XRP tokens, and we can look at the XRP chart right here. This is like a 30-minute chart. If we look at the daily, this thing has just been crushed, like we all kind of know. Just like Bitcoin has been, it's been an absolute humiliation ritual. But I've been so bullish on XRP, I've actually bought more. I added about 25% to my position in my cold storage wallet of the XRP token. Took advantage of these prices down here. But I'm out of, I don't really have much more to throw at them that's locked up in liquid to go into an exchange and buy some more tokens. What I do have is a lot of buying power in my 401k. So the dollar amount that I have in XRP tokens in my cold wallet ledger, I now have actually more value by a little bit in the ETF. So I'm going to park my butt here in this ETF because I love the value down here of XRP. Again, I didn't buy any more tokens, but I did add another 25% to what I had, took advantage of these prices down here. So again, just going through the portfolio, a big allocation towards doubling my bet on XRP. I'll take full advantage of these prices down here. Same goes for ABTC. This one's gotten the best of me, probably because I've been giving Bitcoin a bit too much room. I thought it might bounce way back here, and then so I'm underwater a little bit in the bigger picture, but my recent position is established down here before earnings. So I've got a nice position working. And, we're noticing yesterday, it's been sliding sideways. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Today's the 7th day of sideways action. And usually when we see the 10 SMA right here creep up on a sideways price action, that's a lot of times go for launch, but we'll see. So crypto, energy, that's what I've got going so far. The next one is Rumble. And this one is really, it was strong yesterday because I'm going to call this a data center play now. They basically came out and said, hey, we've got I think 250 or 500 megawatts of compute that we can turn into, a monetization. And people haven't forgot that. So I think the strength in Rumble the last 5-6 days has been people figuring out this is another play on a data center that might not be fully realized yet, like a Nebius or APLD. Going down the line, UEC, uranium. So back to my energy. So why am I so much into energy? Well, Nebius, these data centers, they're not going to run themselves, and they can't tap into the current electrical grid. And I think, Trump's going to make it as easy as possible for them by slashing regulations and fast tracking, permitting to where, and he's already told them, he's already given the clue, you guys are free to build data centers, but you have to come up with your own power solutions. That's what this uranium and this nanonuclear and fusion and all this stuff, I think, is going to be just a major throw that they can just turn on to quickly catch up to the needs of the power. The next one in line is Hertz. Is an unusual one. It's not anything to do with power or crypto, but they surprised everybody during earnings. I think a lot of people thought they were going bankrupt. It doesn't look like that's going to happen anytime soon. They ran smack into the 50-day SMA. I was long before earnings, so I took a gamble on this one. I'd like to see it hold these levels here or the 20. If it keeps bleeding, I'll probably sell it. There's no point in sitting in something like this, but I thought I could catch more of a move. The day is only half over. ARQQ, this is a quantum play. This is one of the few quantums I'm interested in because it specializes in cybersecurity. Again, I'm in the money in these because, as I mentioned, I was buying these things down in here. So I'm fully aware that I had a nice, long, overbought move. I'm fully accepting of today's pullback. It's needed. Matter of fact, 3 days would be the perfect pullback, and then these moving averages catch up on a lot of charts. It's exactly what's needed for a textbook move higher. You just can't keep grinding higher. You're going to run out of buyers, no matter what stock it is. No problem to trade. I'll just keep going. I got 3 more. Of course, I mentioned I've already kind of nibbled XE, taking advantage of this pullback. Not a full position, but the trade of the week is intact. If it does get back through that purple line, it could happen this week. It could happen next week. But if I were you, I would put a price alert, 23.81, maybe 23.90, so you don't lose the moment in time in which XE might be taking out that level. And if it does, you might want to participate. 2 more to go. SMR, and here, of course, is the nanonuclear play. This is just the one I chose. This thing has just been beaten up to hell. At some point, we have a classic markup, euphoria, disbelief, crushing it's the market psychology of the 5 stages. And we're in that stage now where it just kind of bases, and it's called accumulation. And this is the stage where retail pretty much was playing up here, but the institutions and the big money was probably selling it up here. And they're interested again. I bet you anything. They're interested down here. So we're getting just kind of a grind sideways, which is an accumulation. And that's the mentality I'm in. I'm not trying to swing trade this. I'm trying to accumulate some SMR because I think that we could be close to some solutions. And all it needs to do is break out above this 10 level that it got hurt from before, and I'll be a happy camper. The last one in my portfolio, I sold 3 things this morning just to turn those into cash. It doesn't matter what those were. So I've got about 15% cash I can play with tomorrow. Maybe buy some things on sale. That's what I did. I sold some things that weren't performing, knowing that I'm getting some things that I might want on sale. And this is how I have to trade my 401k. It's not margined. I can't go short. So I just got to kind of play the jumper up to the long side. Lastly is a silver play. I'm still super bullish silver, and I've been long HYMC just like everything else. I've got a great profit down here. I'm in at 19. So I don't want to let these go. That got a really good entry in that one. So I kept thinking, wow, HMYMC just keeps going. At some point, Steve, you're going to have to suffer a pullback. Well, here we are, and that's okay, because bringing up the rear are the solid moving averages, the 10 and the 20. All right, that's my portfolio. It's heavily laden with crypto, silver, and energy. What's up, Bill? I am in DTCR. Oh, yeah, Andy just showed me that yesterday, and I added that to my sector ETF. So it should be in there. I can bring it up that way. There it is, DCTR. Not having the kind of day I did yesterday. It was one of the few stronger ones yesterday, and that's when he told me about it and reminded me. So I popped that in my sector ETF. What I've also been doing at the close of each day, it seems like every day, if there's buyers out there, there's a sector that's really, really hot, and then that sector goes cold the very next day. And so I've been using like my sector watch list here, and I'll go change in the last 30 minutes, and I'll double click this and sort by change in the last 30 minutes. There we go. Just to see at the close today, I'll do this again today at the close. Maybe it's like a precursor to what could be strong tomorrow. I don't know. I've just started playing with it. So there's a ton of different ways to play with our data. Speaking of, the developers shared with me yesterday to play with this new dashboard, along with every single query that people are asking the AI assistant tool that we have now. I'm just going to shrink that down. No, I guess I'm not going to shrink that down. Here we go. The AI assistant tool, or the just so you know, if you didn't know, this one. This is just our basic front-facing chatbot. It all goes to GPT. It's a closed, private knowledge base, and so it's mainly related to what is trade ideas, how can it help me, and then it can help people set up other things. But the majority of that power has now been moved over to this one, which again was accessed through new AI assistant, and you can either have the token bot looking at you, or you can shrink it down and not. What's really fascinating is I started going through the report that was generated that they invited me to, because they wanted me to go in and look at what some of the replies were. For example, let's see. Here is all the queries today, and what stock has the widest range today. This is the most recent stock. It might even been one of you people's prompts, but my task and my curiosity is to kind of come through here and see how the AI answered the initial prompt. And it looked like that was a success. It gave the codes and it gave a configuration screen. You click that little copy right there and you're on your way. And I can kind of like start with like maybe this person, TL521, their first, what stock was up the most today, then they can qualify it, today's top game. So people are getting use out of this. And there's a couple people, this person's asking, what does this config do? So they uploaded into the prompt of our AI something somebody shared with them, and it breaks it down and tells them exactly what it's doing. So this is a whole running list today of real-time queries. And I'll tell you, there's a few of you users out there who are really sophisticated. I'm really impressed with like some of the ways some of you guys are using this thing already. It's really cool to kind of look over the shoulder and see how it's being utilized. And every day there's more and more users I think a dozen or two more users found it today that didn't yesterday. So if you're not aware, this is good stuff. We can just quickly query it and say, I'm going to type this one. Give me a scan showing stocks gapped down, because everything gapped down today. We know that. This is how you can kind of use this in real time, right? Without having to take an hour to program it. You're just looking at the market going, all right, what's an interesting play? Give me showing stocks that gap down on relative volume of minimum 1.5 and are now making new highs on the day. So a lot of things aren't making new highs after they gap down, but maybe there's something in there that is. So we better open that up. Here comes a scan for us. Okay, so ITOC, beta. Let's look at some of these. Beta, like making new highs on the day. It did gap down. That gap down right there at 24 cents. So we could, okay, let's qualify this. Okay. Hey, Holly, let's make sure these stocks are doing $5 minimum price and have an average volume of 300,000 shares over 10 days. So what I'm doing is I'm qualifying, because I noticed there was some issues in there that was making it too busy and too noisy. And Holly just created the new one for me, which is going to be a little bit slower. That's fine. We can roll that out, pop that out. Gap down, recover. Holly gave it its own name. Gap down and recover. So beta is the one that's been coming through. Let's look at the history. I mean, this is pretty cool stuff, guys. I've been using this program for 20 years. And what we're doing now is like quantum leaps. Gap down, trading on highs. So again, I just kind of thought in real time, what would be a unique setup and scenario for today? And that's what I asked the AI to give me, and that's what it came up with. So if you're not playing with this thing, I really recommend getting in there and checking it out. And again, when I went through a lot of the queries, some of you have a little bit to learn through trial and error, which is, hey, Holly, show me the stocks that are going to move the most in the next 5 days. She can't do that. She doesn't have a crystal ball filter, but she can piece together ideas that you give her to string together. So there's that. Poet, this is one of the stocks I did sell this morning. I didn't like the way it broke back down above those moving averages, so turning that one back into cash. I'm going to sit in DJT. I'm not going to sell that. SpaceX, I don't know. I kind of feel like it's going to roll back over and test the resolve of everybody at 104. So I don't, as much as I would love to see it set up and take a chance, the history of IPOs, they just have a lot of headwinds to work out as people take their exit strategies and lockups expire and insiders want to get out. But then on the counter side, you find out that Elon owns like half the company himself and he's not selling it. And all the shorts that tried to front run the first lockup expiry, they got blown out because nobody really sold, which is kind of interesting. So does that negate the fact that most IPOs take like 12 months to bottom out? Could be. But I'm keeping an eye on it. I would like to participate. If it gets above 150, I kind of want to be in it, but my concern is it might be a head fake. So if I do, I would keep a close eye on it. But change from the open, we've got the software is holding up well. They seem to be the strongest sector. Biotech's hanging in pretty well. Healthcare. Retail, surprisingly. Treasuries. Bonds. Financials. What's not doing well from the open are like AI. Metals and mining are having a rough morning. My HYMC. Uranium's also testing me. So a lot of the stuff I'm bullish on, they're kind of weak today. So could mean they'll be strong tomorrow. It's just kind of the way it works. This market is so bad. Had positions in Marvell and BE yesterday, was looking good. Yeah, it doesn't work for long. You're either going to have to figure out, do I want to take quick hits, quick profits before they're taken back from me? Or do I want to try and build a position portfolio, which is what I'm doing? Because swing trading, which is in the middle there, is kind of out, meaning, hey, I'm going to take a position and hope for the next 3 days. But that's been tough. That's been tough for sure. But we've broke pretty significantly. Looking at that gap there in the NASDAQ, that's pretty significant. It's walking out on the edge of a tree branch and the branch snapped. It's not going to recover in one day. So I'm kind of just expecting to us to settle in here around these levels, maybe today and tomorrow. And as far as the NASDAQ goes, this 50-day moving average really is going to be crucial support in my book. Whereas the S&Ps are kind of more in no man's land up here. There's no real moving average to try and grab a hold of. There is this pivot level back here, but that's a pretty good drop from up there. But it's possible, the S&Ps could just do that for another couple of days. And that's healthy. In the big scheme of things, that's healthy. We just had nowhere to go up here. The buyers stopped chasing the bus. SKDD, okay, let's take a look at that. Skidoo. Granite shares short Hynix. All right, so this is a short ETF. I don't know what's it supposed to be shorting. It says it, but I've never heard of it. Oh, South Korea. Okay. What's the South Korea long? That's the question. Is what does the long look like? I go with the EWY. Okay. This tells me more than looking at the levered ETF of the inverse. We want to start with the underlying stock on a long position. Might not be a bad idea because, if I just kind of draw what happened, peak, double top, major sell-off, right shoulder peak. So with that, in that respect, and then looking intraday here as well, looks like it wants to go to lows again. So you use this as your baseline chart visual. And you're like, oh, wow, we might be going to fresh lows here. Well, maybe I could jump into the levered version of this, which would be SKDD, right? Doesn't look bad. So this doesn't tell me much, but looking at the regular long did kind of give me a good clue. You always want to do that even with the triple longs. You want to look at the one-time long. Don't look at the ETFs that are full of decay and other nasty derivative crap that's stewed in there. But when you say this market is so bad, it's might not be bad for day traders, but as far as swing trading, it's not easy right now. I hear you. It's just making it really tough. My biggest loss today is give back. I'm up nicely in this name, but my biggest give back today is this silver miner. I still have half a day to go. We'll see what happens. Okay, we'll look at that for sure. I need this SMR to dig in. I really need this to dig in. I really want to be bullish on this name, but I have to respect the price action. So if we look at Nibius first, we're rolling over after a big overbought run. We just broke through the 130 right here. It's been a big trail of sellers. It could bounce at any moment. But, you know, for now, you've got support right there. It's really oversold. I hate to short something right here when it's this oversold. Like if I put an RSI on this 15-minute, it's probably going to be down there around 30, 25, even worse. You don't want to short things when the RSI is down here. You want to be shorting the spikes, So I would stay away from initiating a short here, but it does look like it's, you know, it's given back some on the daily chart there for sure. And then the, what was it? The NBIZ. Yeah, I mean, you can see it's barely bouncing. That decay really shows up in the ability of it's just barely getting going here. But you know, if you did do it, you could probably use like a 30-cent stop, give it a little bit of wiggle there. Sometimes you buy this kind of chart and it immediately pulls back on you. So you could buy half, and then when it does pull back, you could buy the other half. But Nebius, the main chart, does seem like it needs to work off a little bit more froth. Is it going to keep selling, or is it going to do this first, then go lower? That's my only question. I assume you wanted to look at Ulta. Okay. What's the other one? Gosh. What's the other makeup company? Yeah, I'm losing my memory. It's had a great run for today. What is there news or something? And that's pretty cool. Retail is definitely strong. Elf, that's the one I was thinking of. Elf Beauty. Nice trend there too. So I think the women are still buying the beauty products. They can't stop them from buying the beauty products. All right, does anybody have any questions on the use of the software? Don't be shy. We're here to help anybody who has an issue. Hang on, I'll be right back. Somebody was trying to call me. Let me double check that. Yep, that's who it was. Okay. Okay, please explain position of open. Okay. It is changed from the open. Is that what you mean? Change from the open? Maybe one and the same. If you're talking about my sector list. No? Okay. Position of open percentage column. Position of open percent. Which scan are you looking at? The ETF scan? I mean, are you talking about this column right here? Because otherwise, I'm not sure. I'm stumped. In TI. Well, let's see if there's something in there. Is it that one change? But let's just look. Because position, we only have position and range, I believe. Position and range, position and range, position and range. if I ask position and open, okay, so here's position of open. I never use this, but all we have to do is just highlight that in config and then click the help button. And that will help you understand it. So it compares the open for the day to the previous trading day's range. So there's a formula. Imagine a ruler that measures from the lowest to the highest price of a stock from yesterday. The position of open filter checks where the first price or opening price of today's stock falls in yesterday's range. Okay, there you go. So let me show you that again. If there's anybody, you said in TI, that was the key. You go through here and you find something that is of interest, but you're not quite sure what it means. Position in consolidation. What does this mean? All you have to do is hit the help button, and that will open up a help page. And again, this is all the stuff that our GPT, is trained on. So you can ask the GPT as well. So if I was to go AI assist, what is the position of open? This is another way I could have gotten the information. Oops, failed to fetch. What are you talking about? What is the position? Holly, what is... Hey, Holly, I'm going to launch a new one. Hey, Holly, what is the filter position in open percent? What does that mean? So basically, the AI just grabbed the same information from that quick document that I showed you. It's all part of the knowledge base. So those are the easiest ways to get on the fly. What is this? What is that? How do I do this? How do I do that? Once you start getting familiar that that tool is there, and after you've done it for a few days, you'll never stop using it. I like this alloy. It's doing the best for me today. Here's this XRPI illustrated again. I mean, this ETF was, let me back up even more. This ETF, just back in the beginning of the year was up around $11, $12. It was back up at $23 a year ago. So what was trading at $23 for excitement back here a year ago is now trading for $5. I'm willing to play Warren Buffett here. I am so bullish on the fundamentals of this new financial digital system that's coming and how XRP is going to play into it. Taking full advantage of this by buying more tokens on XRP and by parking. God, what is it here? Let me just quickly get not that it matters, but it's more than I have in tokens, but it's 10% allocation of my 401k just went to the ETF XRP, which in fact doubles my dollar position in it in general. So I'm just kind of using two different vehicles, one for price appreciation and the other for the actual use case, which would be down the road a year or two. Lending the tokens to the financial institutions. See, what I maintain has been going on is these banks and institutions were put on notice. This is what's coming. And you guys better have some XRP on your books. Otherwise, you're going to be begging for it in the open market. And that's where I want to come in, is when the people who need it on the open market, who didn't pick it up down here, and when the Clarity Act passes and when things start to get going, they're going to wonder, why didn't we take advantage of these prices? And so that's my mentality down here. It's not a trade. It's an asset class. Yeah. So rather than back out and zoom out, I forget that we have this nice thumbnail here, which really does all that for me. So I don't have to use the whole zoom feature. I can just quickly look over and say, I've got to remember to use this more. You can set your price alerts in there as well. I got to turn this off. I turned my phone off. Stop. You can use it on the intraday charts too. But for me, I like the intraday charts to have a little bit more focus there. I like it on the daily, which means you can also go to a month. Or, sorry, 5 years. Like that. So that's a feature I forget to use sometimes. All right. All right, guys, I'll be here another 10 minutes or so. But if you just saw me use the AI, you can get anything you want in there. You can get scans, you can get configurations, you can get, watch, I'll load this from the cloud, just a random load here. Pull back to the 10. Let's grab this. And then what I'm going to do is just quickly use the collaborate function. I'm going to ask Holly to explain to me, what does this do? So like if somebody ever handed you a scan, you can ask the AI, what is this scan looking for? So the strategy summary will just tell you basically when a stock makes a 15-minute low, pulls back within 25%, quarter percent, excuse me. Oh, it's 10 period SMA, blah, blah, blah. That's exactly what it's designed to do. So you guys start tuning your brain into remembering that the AI is there to help you. And once you start using it, you get familiar with it. This isn't really telling us much right now, is it? Again, I think we're just in for a few days of quiet consolidation. All right, so hopefully that helped. All right, you can't scan position, you can't share your scanner. No, there's nothing, you can't share it in the YouTube chat, but you can share it with the AI and she can tell you all about it. And maybe you can have her suggest ways in which to improve it. Let's see how that would go. I don't know the answer to this. How can I improve this scan to find, what do I want to find? Because she'll probably ask me, what do I mean by improve? Quality setups. Let's just see what comes of this. I have no idea. Oh, reverse engineering. Oh, that's exciting. Recommended improvements. That's exciting. Recommended quality setup. Improved configuration. Wow. I'm blown away. Key wins for this improved version. The RSI filter eliminates bounces off neutral over bot levels. Wow, I got to see this scan. Improved configuration string. How do I might have to do it that way. Let's see, Control C. Can you launch this scan for me here? Can't launch, execute, interact with, oh, there we go. Is this the one you made? Nope. So that's not working. We got to do something different. Improved configuration. So I think I'm going to have to highlight that. Control copy. Let me see if that works. Collaborate. Paste. Okay. What was my original? Let me just see here. Change on the close, relative volume. Oh, here it is, the 5-minute RSI. See, I wouldn't have added this. So this is something that the AI added on top of my scan. So what I'm getting at here, you guys can upload your collaboration link and ask the AI how you might be able to improve the quality of the output. And what I got was pretty impressive. Just to back up, it reverse engineered the scan that I had loaded. Current issues, too wide of an SMA band. Okay, thank you. I'll take that. No volume confirmation. Okay, we'll take that. Missing a bias filter. I'm long, but there's no guarantee. All right. So she's really kind of just driving you in the right direction. Recommended improvements, blah, blah, blah. Pretty cool. Where'd that scan go? I need to save that. So I launch a new alert window, collaborate, paste, just to make sure it's in there. There's the new string. So what we'll do is we'll say quality pullback bounce 15 AI suggested. Quality pullback. AI suggested. Now I'll save this to my cloud. There's nothing coming through right now because it's a very weak day. There's not much coming through. So it's actually keeping you from trading a bad strategy today, but I'm going to save this and refer to it on a day when it might be working better. Approve the scan, but need to decode it first. The URUs, compress 0 form. I'm not sure what that means. What you need to make sure is you're using the collaborate, you right click and go to collaborate and then click copy all. That's the language that the AI likes to use. So make sure you're doing it that way, not the cloud. That's my first thought that could be happening there to you. Yeah, the compressed format is probably the cloud format. So you need to use the the collaborate, which is a longer string and gives it more detail. Yeah, it worked. Cool. So one more time for anybody who's curious about dropping one of your scans into our AI assistant and asking how it can be improved, just grab your scan, right click it, and use the collaborate feature, and then copy all, and then paste that into the AI and ask for it'll first decode it and reverse engineer it, and it'll give you some ideas to improve. Finally getting a little bit of a bounce here midday, perhaps. Take whatever they give me. All right, guys, I'll be here for another couple more minutes. So speak now or save it to Thursday. I'll be back Thursday. Dan will be in tomorrow. Probably showing you some more cool stuff tomorrow. So you want to see if we can create a connection to the watch list, as I understand. All right, let's see what happens.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, Steve. When you said ask me now, or I thought you were going to say forever hold your peace.
No, I got distracted. I
Like a wedding bell.
Let me finish this thought here. Let's see.
Yeah. Okay.
Hey, Holly, make me a scan for all stocks gapping up, but making new lows, and only use my symbol list entitled Sector ETF. Let's see if it knows how to add a symbol list into a configuration. Your symbol list sector ETF is referenced. Okay, so let's go into config. Just verify that real quick. Symbol list. Okay, so it doesn't, it's very hard to connect a symbol list and activate a symbol list, it looks like. So that didn't work. Issues.
So it can't reference the symbol list that we've created, not one you've created, but the.
Let me try one more. Let me try one more thing. Let's see. Let's try symbol list called 401k. I may have spelled the symbol list wrong. The way. I think I spelled the symbol list wrong the first time, but those aren't my symbols. So let's go in there and check and see. No, it doesn't look like they're able to hook up the symbol list yet. So maybe that's a feature to be coming. Yeah, it's a good call. Good idea. But all right, I better run.
Okay, Steve, thanks. See you Thursday.
See you guys Thursday. Hang on a second. You leave studio.
Okay, guys, I hope. Okay, I got to get this cinema. Just give me a moment. I have to pick the cinema. Just give me a moment, guys. I'm having a trouble picking the cinema style so that you don't see the thing on the left-hand side. Just give me a moment, okay? There we go. Okay. Okay, guys. So I know on YouTube you guys can hear me and see my screen. Okay, guys, back in both rooms now. Just give me a moment as I get my music going. And get rid of, ooh, I got rid of the announcement earlier anyway. Okay. Okay, guys, back. Okay. So what's happening now? So look, guys, the PFSA. I think I sort of thought it was dead, but I don't know. The PFSA is now back over 12. Where are you? PFSA has won 12 races. Wow, look at the CDTG. I did my video on this one today. Yeah, I mean, on the reentry, I know it hit the reentry a couple of times, but wow, CDTG and just ripping here, low float. Okay, this my single stock window is all jumbled up. Just give me a moment as I try to unjumble it. There we go. Yeah, so that's like a 76% run now from the original alert, 307. A little bit better if you took the reentry. Even the AMLX, that's not a bad one, 10%. A little bit choppy. And this was, boy, once it got going, the CDTG, it really, really lifted. I mean, look at this pullback here and then another pullback, but always holding the VWAP. You can see how it came into the VWAP, the purple line on my chart. That is the VWAP. But getting back to PFSA, another one is kind of it's getting into the VWAP. Will it take it out in a big way? I'm going to put a price alert a little over 12, around say 1242, and that will have taken out the VWAP in a fairly substantial way. Because that could have a late day run. Just based on the float, 605,000 in the float. So where could you have seen CDTG? Well, obviously you could have seen it here in our YouTube, in our AI. Okay, right there. 10:03 was the time, 3:07 or 3:02 was the entry. Okay. Probably all day long here in the crawl, CDTG in the crawl. And here, leading races all day long. Well, not all day long, but enough. Won 5 races. But you would have seen it in the leaderboard probably all day. Even the AMLX, which is a little bit strange because it's a larger cap stock. You don't typically get large cap stocks in here, not because it's prevented, but just because you don't generally get the percentage moves needed to be in the top. I think I've only got 8 stocks here, right? 8, yeah, the top 8. Okay, guys, just getting my bearings again. SPY is just over the VWAP, so the Dow's down just a little bit. The Qs are still, haven't really recovered that much, and the SPY is, sitting around 4 points under. Paul, you've been playing SMJF for a while now, so let's take a look at SMJF. Well, it's showing up on any of my scanners. SMJF, that doesn't seem SMJF, SMJF. Interesting. This doesn't seem to be your style of. I mean, it's no, it's not an all-time high. Well, it is an all-time high, 99.8. Yeah, it's an all-time high. Pretty cheap to be an all-time high, so I don't know what's going on with this one. Well, that DUOT hit a brick wall right up here and just basically faded from that 1283 down to 1141 for an earnings play. What a move for this cast. I mean, the alert was at 11, even late. I mean, fairly late, 11:25. So, but say an hour and a half ago, and it was at 126, and before it pulled back at all, got up to 206. And meanwhile, Beyond keeps going, guys. Beyond Meat keeps going higher, getting closer and closer. Now, is this shortable? This is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. I was thinking that, if it gets closer and closer to that yesterday's high, I would probably take a short on this one, but it is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Really interested in the PFSA, guys. It gets back over that 12 again. Just I got that, have that price alert set up in this area. The trend is up still. The trend is up. But I'm not anticipating it's going to happen. So I'm not taking it now thinking it's going to happen. Well, here's another one that showed up in the gap down and go was VNet. Didn't have enough time to pay attention to the to my gap scanner today, but boy, a lot of great gap down and goes. All right, guys. Well, as I wait to see if PFSA can really take out 12 again, I'm going to go over my homepage one last time today. Okay, so just quickly going through this again. This is my homepage, and on my homepage, you can find a way in which you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. Just watching the PFSA guys. Just give me a moment. Just give me a moment, guys. Yes. Okay, guys. Holding my breath on that one. Okay. I was hoping it would not get down below 1220 again, and it didn't. I'm talking about the PFSA. So I had to interrupt myself mid. This has been my, okay. I've taken some off. I mean, I don't know if it's going to continue or not, but it gave me what I was looking for. Give me a moment. Just got to watch the spread. Okay, the spread can get pretty wonky on it, but I should be okay because just give me a moment, guys. All I'm doing, I'm just watching the bid ask. Okay, that's what I'm doing. Just watching the bid at or the time and sales. Just waiting to see if it gets one more little pop here. One more little pop. Yeah. Okay, guys, that's it. I mean, it's getting a little too spready and all that. So almost got up to 13. Almost. It may take 13 out later, but it won't. Yeah, I won't have it. So though, if it takes out 13 later, I may have to look at it again. Oh, okay. And listen, it may keep going. The problem is the spread. I mean, it was getting to be 30, 40 cents. And, if this hadn't happened earlier, I might be more inclined to hold some, but, we did have the big downturn yesterday, earlier. So, okay. Well, that was fun. Okay. Where was I? So, you want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas and join out all this fun? Well, here's how you can do it. You can use my promo code. You'll get 15% off the first month only of a Trade Ideas subscription, or the entire year, of course. Doesn't matter if you pick our standard or our premium service. The promo applies to everything, both monthlies and both annuals. So all I ask, if you're going to take out a subscription, please use my code. Why? Company tracks the use of these promo codes. I'm moderating 2 trading rooms, the YouTube room and the main room here. So if they see my code being used often enough, they don't mind keeping these rooms free. This room also, if you're sitting in YouTube, this room is way more active. It's also open at 7 a. It's free. It is free. See, it says free. It's open at 7 a.m. Eastern time. Thank you, William or Obi. I don't know who's going to be doing it going forward, but I'll say William. And I get on the mic around nine to 9:15 for both rooms. I don't open it. I live in Vancouver, Canada, so a little early for me. So thanks so much for somebody. William now is opening the room at around 7 a.m. Eastern time. It should be 4 my time. Too early. Keep scrolling down and you'll get this. You can keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. The trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning, and it is free. Just give me one moment. Okay, so if you're going to take out a subscription or you're thinking about it, this is what you should do. Click on my homepage link and go down to the education, click on the more info. So right here, this is mandatory. If you're just taking out a subscription, 12 short videos to get you started, okay? If you don't have a subscription, you're sitting in the room wondering if it's the right product for you, start off with that second video, go to the end, should give you an idea about what we can do, and that should help make up your mind whether or not you would like to try us for at least a month, okay? You can always take a monthly subscription. They're just month to month. Cancel anytime. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. Free series of videos. There are 15 of them. Okay. No idea, Brian. No idea. What? It's hard to know. Well, it's yeah. I really don't know. They're free, and how people trade them. People can trade them very differently. I mean, you should wait for the trigger, but after that, stock could pop up for a couple of days and then drop. Or it could keep going. So it's very difficult to know. But anyway, I don't think they keep track of it. And the custom scans. Okay, so click on my homepage link and right here. So here's what I'm currently sharing. This is the race right here. This is the super active volatile race. Biggest gainers from the start of the race. Pulse resumes is down here. Upside versus downside movers right here. Pre-market actors up and down. That's what I use in the pre-market. And the daily trend reversals. Okay. I know I have a version of it called the don't repeat. I think who does have something on it. I think William. William may have something on it. And then this is the gap continuation or reversal scan. I do have that. I do have that one on my other monitor. I have not been able to pay attention to it all day long though. Do have other scans that I'm currently sharing. So if you have any questions about any of the scans, just let me know. Well, you're a more sensible trader than I am, Poe. You like to play pullbacks, which was, probably. I don't know why. I've just never ever been able to figure out how to like a solid way to play them. So, William, I think you have a list of the trades of the week, don't you? Or and how well they've done. Not that you have to publish it or anything, but have you? I think you used to keep track of those. Oh, you are more than welcome, Brian. Boy, Meta is just getting creamed, isn't it? So Meta is down. The stock is down over 3.5%. Yeah, they got some legal stuff going on. Yes, the file is under the. Oh, you used to keep track. Okay. Oh, you stopped a year and a half ago. Okay, well then that would be. I don't even know if I've got that anymore. So it's beside my name. I don't even know if I've got the access to that file anymore. I know it used to be up here somewhere, but I haven't looked at it for years. Oh, they were the swing picks. Oh, I thought they were the trade of the weeks. Sorry. Oh, not the trade of the weeks. Okay, sorry. Okay, no, we. I don't have any information about how they are, Brian. I thought for some reason you were doing it on the. Thanks, Pepe. That you were doing it on the swing pick on the trades of the week. Oof. Okay, guys. Well, let's see. Anything else happening? I don't see. I'm trying to see if there's anything new that's coming in here. Western Union here. ALLT. Let's take a look at this one. Yeah, not enough room. I mean, there's the 200-day moving average, 835. So it could stall there. Well, let's take a look at IPST. Could it do the crazy? I mean, it could, guys. I mean, it is still near the high. It's above the VWAP, low float, and the high today was 20. I'm going to put a price alert there. See if it takes out that high. I saw PSIG earlier. So Williams got this scan, the daily consolidation scan. You can kind of see what it does yesterday, and then it popped. Yeah, right, a little bit below the VWAP right now. PSIG, the volume coming in. So this could be the start. I mean, it could be the start of a maybe. I mean, a month ago, 2 months ago, it hit 12. Sort of remember that day or that month. Probably was just one day. Certainly was just one week. Not a, well, it's a low float, not low low. Free transportation arrangement. Okay. Isn't this the one that this is the one that out of nowhere, you had a bunch of weeks moving higher, 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 and then one day it just dropped. One of those China stocks that does that. Yeah, you see, that was one day. It was a 1 day drop. I remember that now. Well, guys, I'm probably unless something stupendous comes by that I like to trade. I'm probably done. I've had my fun with the PFSA a couple of times. Don't feel like giving anything back. Here's Alloy, guys. ALOY coming right into the VWAP. Just for those of you who are interested in maybe, like I'm not saying I won't trade, but it would have to be a fantastic setup, and I would take less risk. Less risk meaning if I lose the trade, I'll be risking less than I normally do. It did. It did, Faith. Not bad though. This one. I mean, pulling back into the VWAP. Will it hold it? I mean, the stock is negative. So if it took out the VWAP, this could turn into an interesting short. So you don't reduce your risk. I'm not saying you don't trade, but you don't reduce your risk per trade, Poe. If you're up for well, it depends how up, of course. But I'm not saying I don't trade. I shouldn't say it like that. But I don't trade that much anyway. But I would reduce my risk. So if I'm risking $500 a trade, I might risk 100. You know, no, you definitely trade more than I do, and you're in and out of the same stock many times, which is it's not that I won't do it, but I just don't. But you're into the pullbacks, and you have a real knack for finding the pullbacks. I mean, I can find the pullbacks. I just find it hard to trade them. I had that scan. Well, not scan. It was a top list. Let's see if I can find it again. I said, okay, I'm gonna try to do this. Pullback winners to the VWAP. Okay, so what does it look like? So this is a winner. Well, winner because it's still. I think the scan has to be up at least 3% for the day, and then it's pulling back into the VWAP. Okay, here's the UGI. This is a top list window. Okay, well that's just baselining. VOGX. Yeah, you can see how it pulled back into. It's still. I mean, it's still up 20%. So in theory, not in theory, they're winners, as in they're still up for the day, and they pulled back into the VWAP. And I said, okay, become that trader. That person who looks at the VWAP and is able to trade off it. I just haven't been able to condition myself to do it. It is moving. I do see it's moving. Yes, I see it's over 12 again. Yeah, so you're right. IPST halted on the way up. Let's see where it could open. So there's a halt, 1848. No big clue yet. 1850. So no big clue yet. Don't do it. Yeah. Well, you can see if it could take out 13. I think I have an alert around 1325, but I believe it or not, I'd be more inclined to take it if it took out 16. The high of the day. Though I think the next high is 17 something. No, I am wrong. The next high in a monthly chart is 3650. Whoa. 3650, the next high in a monthly chart. On the weekly chart, we've already that's why I thought 17. Yeah. So 17 is the next high in the weekly chart. 1769 or so. It's like the little angel and the devil sitting on my shoulder. Faith, you're the angel. Poe, you are the devil. Well, maybe I should Costanza you guys and just do the opposite, what I normally would do. Well, where is this going to open? Again, no big, well, clue is a little bit better now. If you're in this one right now, 1848 was the halt, is the halt. So now we're looking at a 1875 potential open. So at least it's above the halt price. Another one, another gap down and go. It's not smooth though. Okay, I mean I mean now it is a gap down and go from the original alert, but you had to deal with this, so it's not smooth. I certainly wouldn't call this that would not have been an easy one to take. Now this is a reversal now, a gap up and reversal. Yeah. Oh, okay. Just open. Where did it open? Wow. Wow, 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 guys. 20. Open it. Got over 20. Oh, man. You guys shouldn't see what I'm doing. You just shouldn't see what I'm doing. I mean, one day it's just, well, it won't bite me. I mean, I'm not taking like 1,000 shares, guys. Okay. So that if it dropped, $5 in a second, it's not going to kill me. I wouldn't like it, but it's not going to kill me. But man, oh man, I mean, we're starting to get into that market again where these I don't know why I'm not getting any information down here. Where we're getting these low floaters that are having nice afternoons. Used to live for those, and when they take out the high that was made sometime in the morning, They can go on these runs. Well, you know what? Play the game, guys. Induce it upwards, but just by putting price alerts above. And I don't think there's any reason. I don't think there was any. I don't think we saw anything for it yesterday. Why it went up yesterday? What was yesterday? That was the 17th. Okay, I'm just looking at my headlines from yesterday in IB. Yeah, I don't see any. Yeah, I don't see any reason for it yesterday or today, other than the thirst for low float stocks. So if there's anybody out there not understanding, what we're talking about, like why a low float stock is so can be so interesting, just put up your hand and I won't necessarily do my cul-de-sac analogy, but I'll just explain, what happens, why it's happening, how a stock can be up 187%, how it can turn the float over. Well, this is only 19 times. Boy, today was the day to short the Bitcoin miners. Boy, the Cipher, Mara, Riot, they really haven't recovered. I mean, still trending down. I mean, there's been some blips along the way, but still kind of trending down. What do these guys do? Boost run, okay, profile. Okay. The platform delivers GPU compute, CPU nodes, managed Kubernetes orchestration. Okay, yeah, Pepe. What the heck is a Kubernetes orchestration, or does anybody know, or have I pronounced it correctly? It's something I've never seen before. And ask Gemini. Kubernetes. Kubernetes. I think it was close. Dear Gemini, what is okay? Gemini, what is Kubernetes orchestration?
Kubernetes orchestration is the automated management, scaling, and coordination of containerized applications across a cluster of machines. Originally designed by Google and open sourced in 2014, Kubernetes, often called K8, takes the complexity out of running distributed microservices by automating the operational burden of production infrastructure.
Yeah, that was clear as mud. You were right. That'll be my next job. Kubernetes manager. Well, you know what? There it is, guys. I just told it to take out the high, and it did. Kidding, of course, but that's the IPST. Man, IPSC guys. I mean, now we're getting into scary territory. I mean, we're past all this on the weekly. That is a high right there at 2080, so it's above that. Then there's a high of 2360. Then there's a high of 32. And then there's a high somewhere, 38. And if it takes that out, the next high is 134. Okay. That's on a monthly chart. Well, got to watch this one tomorrow. I mean, even after hours today, you never know what's going to happen. Okay, William, what's on your agenda today as far as keeping the room open? I know you said you were very tired coming in today, so I don't know if you want to keep the room open after I leave. Still three-ish. You are a trooper. Okay. So when I leave, could be around 2 o'clock, unless there are questions. I'll always stay later if there are questions. William will keep the room open. I'll keep my layout up and running, so you can see, and I'll put it on. Do you, I haven't really polled this at all, but do you like it on the surfing? Idea surfing? Sort of best of both worlds. You've got the race going, you've got this going, so you've got information coming here, and then you've also got the surfing. Okay. Okay. So what surfing does, just for those who don't know, you notice how these charts are being loaded automatically, okay? And that's just a toggle on and off. So if I click on it and then it says pause, I click on it again and it'll start surfing again. I can always, so what happens is it takes a look at all the top list window, and this is based on a top list window here, okay? And I have my pre-market actives up and down. That's a top list window. I have a few top list windows. You can't see them all. And so what it happens is it'll go through each top list window. So take one. It'll look at the top three as they have been sorted in the top list window. Load those three charts. Go on to the next top list. Go on to the next one, the next one, the next one. If you have a price alerts window open, also it'll take your top three in your price alerts window. And if you have the AI, it'll take the top three as you have them sorted. In fact, this is what's happening. Show you right here. Come on, come on. Don't see how it's yellow, and then it'll go. See, so it took that one, that one, that one. Takes the top three in your list, and then it moves on, and it'll keep cycling through them over and over and over again. It'll go right back to the beginning and keep cycling through them over and over again. And you can stop at any time, of course. If you see a chart you like, then you just have to go to the chart, like go into the chart, and it stops, it pauses it. You back off the chart, and it'll continue. If you click on a symbol, it'll completely stop it. So if I click on a symbol right now, it'll stop it. Okay. Now I can just start it again. And of course, this is just the toggle on and off if you really want to stop it. Wow, are you kidding me? Do I do it? Poe, do I do it? I'll put it on surfing so I don't see it. Boy, the IPST almost making a new high. So right now it's going through these little earnings plays. Okay, you go do it. Then the next one will be Yalla. Okay, and then it'll move on to the next. Again, it's just a cycle. So it can be kind of cool, you know. You're a little bit bored. You don't really want to click on symbols, so you just sort of sit back, kick back, and all of a sudden you might see a chart and go, "Whoa, I like that one." And so you go right to the chart and you stop it. Like you just stop, and then you can analyze it a little bit more. We don't talk about it that much. Boy, look at the IPST now, 2448 on the halt. Well, you know what? You're seeing the full power of trade ideas, really, because I mean, these are stocks that nobody, you're not going to see. It won't matter what the market's doing, really. Okay. These are stocks, these are your alpha stocks that are just completely and utterly trading on their own. They just don't care what the market's doing. And, a lot of them, there's just no rhyme or reason. If you start looking for, well, why is this happening? You drive yourself crazy. But that's the power of trade ideas. We can certainly identify these sorts of stocks if that's what you're into. No, I didn't. I did not trade it again. I decided to keep a little, just so little, but if it goes to $30, it'll be excellent, of the IPST. I was almost going to get rid of my entire position, but I decided just to keep a little bit of that IPST, and we'll see what happens. Because now we're above that high right there of 2340, and then the next high on the weekly is 32. What a day. And this is what I'm talking about. I mean, look at the SPY. The SPY's down 4.6 points. The Dow's off 100. Qs are getting slaughtered. But look at what we're able to do. If I don't watch myself, I'm going to sound like Dan. Not that there's anything wrong with that. Speaking of Dan, I guess Dan will do his YouTube thing tomorrow. For those who don't know, Dan is the CEO of Trade Ideas, and he has been, for the most part, doing a Wednesday at noon Eastern, 12 to 1, his own YouTube stream, opportunity to ask him questions. How cool is this? We've got a tie now, guys. We've got a tie. Who's gonna win today? We've got a tie with PFSA and IPST. Both have won 12 races. Now Cast is pulled back, but now it's popping. Okay, Cast is popping. So you pull back into the VWAP area, and now it's popping. Got all the way up at 1 point to two, a little over 2. So Cast won the last race, so it's won 8 races. Now, again, for those of you sitting out there saying, well, I like this, but it's too crazy for me. It's just too crazy. Well, I can kind of uncrazy it. So if you click on my homepage link, I used to have both these races running, but I decided, you know what? I'm just going to pare down everything. So right here, the large cap stocks. Okay, these are large cap stocks. And this is what this one would look like. Remember, a race is completely customizable for you. Customizable meaning you can just see the stocks you want to see, price ranges, if it's a large cap. So this is a large cap. So you can see, you're not going to get the same sort of percentage moves, but you might get it might be a little easier on the psyche to trade. You're not going to get wild like $2, $3, $4 swings in half a second, usually anyway. And the same thing happens. A top 10 list is built. Let's take a look at CLMT, see what it's doing. Yeah, I mean, it's not bad. All-time high. So so this is available on my homepage also. You see, you just don't get usually like the giant bars up or down, just because. And you definitely will not have the look. I mean, you don't get that many stocks typically, and that's because the comparison of these two races is this. So I've got a different price range. That's not the big deal. 10.70. 200,000 shares is the same, up 2% from yesterday's close. But stock has to be at least 95%. It has to be, well, first I'll do this. The market cap has to be at least 500 million and the float has to be a minimum 50 million. So you're not getting super low float stocks and you're getting fairly large cap stocks. You could, of course, change this into even larger cap if you want, because 500 million isn't like a huge cap, but this is really what's keeping the majority of stocks from showing up. Position in the day's range. So at 95, what that means, if I put 100 here, what that would mean is the stock would have to be right at the high of the day. So at 95, in the position in the day's range, that this right here, I'm not going to be able to. So here's our daily candle. Okay. So you can see that slide is right at the top. So to be at 95, it probably just has to be just slightly, if a stock was just slightly underneath the high of the day. So the stocks, I want to see the stocks near the high of the day. But so that's using the 95 in the min in the position in the day's candle means the stock is going to be right near the high of the day. Now, there'll be a time where, these are not as exciting again. And I'll probably bring back my large cap. $154, guys. So I've got maybe another 5 minutes or so longer if there are questions. Okay, guys, I will be right back. Okay, I heard IPST. Does that mean it got halted on the way down, I guess? Yes. Heard in that I have my sound alert for my halts is her reading out the symbol. Yeah, who knows? Maybe even AIXC might take over the lead. It's won 11 races. There are some days in which you'll see a stock that has won 20, 30, 40 races. It's just been that active all day long. Look at this move for FCUV. See, this was out of nowhere. I mean, we didn't see this one all day, I don't think. Well, it'll be interesting to see these ones tomorrow. Okay, these are these. So Cipher, Mara, and Riot. See if see if they have a rebound at all. So just pick one of them. This is down 11%. Let's take a look at Riot. Riot is down 5%, and Mara probably not. Yeah, so I would maybe look at Cipher, CIFR. And you can see it right here. This is the company ETF for Cipher. Not that it really need it. I mean, it's not that expensive, but I would probably maybe watch Cipher tomorrow just to see if it has a bounce in it, because it's down a lot more than those other two. I wish I had been a little more aware of what was happening with the Bitcoin miners, because we had that alert. This is what I'm talking about. We had the alert right there at 946, 1729 was the price. I just wasn't really aware. All I was looking at was Bitcoin, the price of Bitcoin, and it was moving higher a little bit. Okay, guys, it's just about 2:00. So if I don't see any questions, I'm going to not hang up. I'm going to get out of here. I'm going to put my announcement up here. Oops, let me get rid of that announcement. So William is going to keep the room open till 3-ish after I leave. Oops. Okay, so my screen will still be displayed. I'll put it on. Now, I can come back from time to time. So if I do see a question, if I come back, I'll certainly answer it. So for now, though, I will put it on. Surfing. Okay, guys, don't see any questions. So YouTubers, I do have to end the stream here. Okay, I have to end it in YouTube. So we'll see YouTubers tomorrow at, I'll be on the mic at about 9:00, sometime between 9 and 9:15 Eastern time. So have a great evening, YouTubers.